Good afternoon, everybody. Please be seated. Routine proceedings, introduction of bills, committee reports, tabling of reports, ministerial statements, and I would note that the required 90 minutes notice prior to routine proceedings was provided in accordance with our Rule 26(2). Would the Honourable Minister of Conservation and Climate please proceed with her statement?
Thank you, Madam Speaker, honourable members of the Legislative Assembly. I rise today to acknowledge the heroic efforts of some very special individuals. In close partnership with other agencies, communities, and local authorities, the Manitoba Wildfire Service protects lives and properties while ensuring healthy and resilient ecosystems continue to thrive. As part of that important mandate, the Manitoba Wildfire Service is faced with the challenge of managing wildfires throughout the province each summer. The dedicated women and men of the Manitoba Wildfire Service, as well as the many members of the supporting government departments, agencies, and local responders that were assisted in wildfire operations across the province this year, deserve respect and praise for their courageous efforts. The 2021 wildfire season proved to be the most challenging in our province's recent history, second only to the record season of 1989. The severity of the 2021 season was directly attributed to many factors. One major factor is climate change, and that has caused severe drought conditions and extreme fire behavior. There were also multiple communities directly threatened with fire activity during this simultaneously across most of the province. These factors challenged provincial resources the entire season. Manitoba was not alone in our challenges this summer. Similar battles occurred across the country, including BC, Alberta, Saskatchewan, and Northwest Ontario, which stretched national resources to a critical level. The strength of partnerships and the importance of a whole-of-government approach to wildfire and emergency response to prepare for the increasing effects of climate change truly came to the forefront during the 2021 season, including the many trained and dedicated emergency firefighters from communities across Manitoba who joined the battle. For this reason, we also want to recognize the efforts of all of the federal, provincial, and local responders, the many provincial and territorial wildfire agencies from across Canada, as well as our international partners for their valued assistance this season. We also cannot forget our international partners from South Africa who traveled across the world to assist, as well as our partners from the state of Michigan in the US. Without the remarkable efforts of these dedicated professionals, the toll on our communities and the citizens of Manitoba would have been far greater. Their tremendous contribution to keeping Manitobans safe while also protecting our communities and vital natural resources is greatly appreciated. The professionalism, courage, and commitment demonstrated by the staff of the Manitoba Wildfire Service and their fellow colleagues has earned a special place in the history of Manitoba, and for that, we will forever be grateful. On behalf of the Government of Manitoba and the citizens of our province, we truly wish to thank all of these dedicated professionals for their service. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Wolseley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It is a great pleasure to extend my heartfelt gratitude to all of the people who came together this summer to battle one of Manitoba's most severe wildfire seasons in recent history. Over 400 of our own Manitoba firefighters were joined by Canadian firefighters from other provinces, military personnel, and a 109-person firefighting unit from South Africa who were here to protect our communities, forests, and wildlife. I want to send a special shout out to the firefighters from South Africa who not only brought their firefighting expertise, but also came to Manitoba with a strong morale and fresh energy. I know many appreciated their practice of dancing and singing in order to build team dynamics and strengthen communication among team members. The heroic efforts of all individuals involved in fighting this summer's wildfires will not be forgotten. While we're grateful for everyone who worked and risked their lives to bring the nearly 450 wildfires across the province under control, this year's record-setting wildfire season, coupled with an extremely dry summer, should serve as another wake-up call for Manitobans about the dangers of climate change. We lost more than 1.2 million hectares of land to wildfires this year, and over 4,000 Manitobans had to be evacuated from their homes. The majority of these were Indigenous people who could not return to their communities for weeks. The extreme drought that spurred the wildfires also hit our agriculture sector hard, with some municipalities declaring states of agricultural disaster and others restricting water use for months on end. We cannot afford to fight only the symptom of climate change. We must do more to fight the root causes. Today, I call on the government to take more meaningful action in the fight against climate change so that the wildfire and drought season we experienced this summer does not become the norm in our province or in our world. While I commend the firefighters who risked their lives to bring Manitoba's wildfires under control this summer, this government must do its part in preventing more record-setting wildfire and drought seasons in the future. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for River Heights.
Yeah, Madam Speaker, I ask leave to respond to the minister's statement.
Does the member have leave to respond to the ministerial statement? Leave has been granted. The honourable member for River Heights.
Madam Speaker, I join other members of the Legislature in thanking the firefighters who've done such important and valiant work this summer when there were very dry conditions in our province. This year, Winnipeg set a record in having the smokiest July in history, 137 hours of smoke. There were hundreds of wildfires covering more than 1 million hectares. Many people, most particularly from Pungassi and Little Grand Rapids, were displaced, and in the case of these communities, for several months. We are seeing the impact of climate change. We will need to develop new innovative approaches for forest stewardship and for managing fires in the years ahead. It is important to acknowledge the firefighters who came all the way from South Africa. Several years ago, I had the opportunity to visit South Africa. They, like us, are seeing the effects of climate change. When we arrived, Cape Town was in the midst of a very severe drought. It was so severe that there were projections that Cape Town would be the first major city in the world to run out of water. Fortunately, with severe rationing, Cape Town did not run out of water. In the last 2 years, South Africa has been hit hard by the COVID pandemic. It has caused problems for their healthcare system and for their economy. And yet this year, they were able to send firefighters to help us. Thank you, thank you, thank you to South Africa. Let us in the months ahead not forget about the efforts of firefighters from Manitoba and from elsewhere, including South Africa, who played such an important role in containing the fires and in reducing the smoke. Let us also make sure we're investing in the training so that we will have extra capacity here in Manitoba. And so that when South Africa or other countries are having difficulty with fires, we are there to help them as they were there to help us this year. Thank you, South Africa. Thank you to all the firefighters and others who helped contain the fires in Manitoba. It was an incredible job this year. Thank you.
Member statements. The honourable member for Seine River.
Oops. Thank you, Madam Speaker. It is an honor to rise today to highlight the incredible work of a young man in my constituency. I wish to recognize Nathaniel Brown and his fundraising for individuals with Crohn's and colitis disease. At the age of 6, Nathaniel demonstrated admirable leadership by selling lemonade and cookies in his neighborhood as his first fundraising initiative. Now, at the age of 10, Nathaniel participates in the annual Gutsy Walk to raise awareness and funds for Crohn's and colitis and is one of this year's honorary co-chairs of the Gutsy Walk for Manitoba with his father, Kyle. The Gutsy Walk was held virtually this year due to the pandemic, and the weather the night before had left their streets slick from rain. But Nathaniel and his family rose to the occasion. Nathaniel pledged to perform several laps around his cul-de-sac for every level of funds he raised. He raised a total of $3,080 and completed 50 laps in total on his bike, on his scooter, and even backwards on his go-kart. This year, Nathaniel's younger brother joined in the Gutsy Walk. Nathaniel has a younger sister who is 4 and will soon be joining the family to bring awareness to Crohn's and colitis. As a family, the Browns have raised just under $10,000. The funds help Crohn's and Colitis Canada raise awareness of the diseases, provide support for parents, families, and patients, and drive research for more effective treatments and the discovery of cures. The disease impacts over 270,000 Canadians today. I am inspired by Nathaniel and his family for their tireless volunteerism and meaningful contributions to the community. Winnipeg is proud to have Nathaniel representing and supporting his fellow Canadians through this important cause. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Thompson.
Madam Speaker, today I rise to commend the 180 educational support staff at the School District of Mystery Lake who stood up for their rights to be treated fairly by this government. These staff are essential, including custodians, maintenance workers, educational assistants, librarian clerks, and IT staff. None of them wanted to go on strike shortly before the start of school, but felt it was necessary and had the only option available to them. They have been working without a contract and a wage increase since the PC passed Bill 28 in 2017, which would freeze wages for 2 years while the new agreement was being negotiated. Even though Bill 28 was never proclaimed into law, it has been and subject to court challenges, this government acted as if it was in law. This is simply unacceptable. Support staff are hardworking and indispensable to schools and deserve a fair deal. After 4 years without a contract, it only took 4 days of them picketing for the staff to get a satisfactory offer, which was promptly accepted so they could go back to work as soon as possible supporting our children. While I want to point out the lack of appreciation and respect by this government shown to educational support staff in Thompson and around the province, I also want to highlight the incredible visible support that they received from the community. That was teachers, parents, community leaders, and community members all came together to support the support staff and how deserving they were. In the words of the Matt Widgerton, their staff rep, it is concrete actions and solidarity like this that build the social and economic fabrics of our society. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Minister of Health and Seniors Care.
Madam Speaker, Isla Pascatch is a 7-year-old girl from Sage Creek who has collected over 1.3 million drink tabs to support Tabs for Wheelchairs. This program was started by Gwen Buccini in 1998 to help purchase motorized wheelchairs for children and youth with physical disabilities. After Isla's neighbor told her about the program, she set the ambitious goal of collecting 100,000 tabs. What started with one mason jar became a vase, then freezer bags, and large containers full of tabs. Over a year later, Isla continues to collect tabs and has surpassed her initial goal 13 times over. She has spread the word about her tab drive by creating her own video for social media and telling friends and family about her important initiative. Isla has also recruited the help of Gym Kids, a gymnastics center in Southdale where she takes gymnastic classes, to host a tab collection bin. As Isla's tab collection drive has gained momentum, she has received donations from all over Canada and as far as Hawaii and Melbourne, Australia. On October 7th, all the tabs collected this year, including Isla's, were sold for scrap metal and the proceeds put towards a motorized wheelchair. Isla told me that the next recipient of a specialized wheelchair, Katie, is a 7-year-old girl with blonde hair just like her. Katie's wheelchair will be the 43rd purchase by Tabs for Wheelchairs and the 26th funded entirely by Tab Collection. Currently, ILA joins over 160 schools and 240 companies and organizations in collecting tabs for Katie's wheelchair. Please join me in congratulating Isla for her charitable efforts in support of tabs for wheelchairs.
The honourable member for Thompson.
I ask for leave to have the names of the educational support staff included into Hansard.
Is there leave to include those names in Hansard? Leave has been granted. The honourable member for Flin Flon.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today, the government of Manitoba and this Premier have the ability to save lives. About 1 in every 3,600 children born in Canada has cystic fibrosis, a rare genetic disease that causes thick mucus to build up in the lungs, digestive tract, and other parts of the body. It is the most common fatal genetic disease affecting Canadian children and young adults. Those diagnosed with the illness have a life expectancy, sadly, of about 46 years. While there's no cure for cystic fibrosis, the approval of the drug Trikafta by Health Canada this past June marks a turning point for sufferers of CF. According to Cystic Fibrosis Canada, Trikafta is the single greatest innovation in cystic fibrosis history, and it has the power to transform the lives of thousands of Canadians. Access to Trikafta will mean longer and healthier lives for so many people, and the ability to plan for a future that many feared they may not live to see. The list price of Trikafta means that without our province covering the cost, it is virtually inaccessible for most Manitobans. Thankfully, the Pan-Canadian Pharmaceutical Alliance announced in September that they had reached a funding agreement to greatly reduce the cost for Trikafta for provinces. This means that provinces now have everything they need to list the drug on provincial formularies. Alberta, Saskatchewan, and Ontario have already done so. It is critical that Trikafta gets listed on Manitoba's formulary immediately for cystic fibrosis patients. Every day counts, as this drug will not only significantly and immediately transform the quality of life, it will literally save lives. I call on this government to take action at once to include Trikafta and all CF drugs as part of our formulary. There are no more excuses for waiting. Trikafta.
This member's time has expired. The honourable member for Tyndall Park.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Over the last year, I've been working with a group of my constituents who reside in Waterford Green through letters and conversations with the Minister of Municipal Relations and the Minister of Sport, Culture and Heritage. The matter pertains to the problems associated with the construction, or lack thereof, of a nearby outdoor recreation area within Tyndall Park that is currently working towards being officially named the Kamagata Maru Park. Madam Speaker, it is important to explain the significance of the Kamagata Maru Park and understand why the naming of this park is so important. Back in 1914, the Kamagata Maru ship was forcibly turned away from Canada, sending sick immigrants back to Calcutta. The naming of this park is one way to pave some positive steps forward towards healing. Madam Speaker, bringing it back to Tyndall Park, when this area first began being developed in 2016, the initial development plan implied in the minds of many who have reached out to me that prospective residents would have a space dedicated to outdoor recreation. I'm tabling a photo of what prospective homebuyers were provided with. Unfortunately, once residents began moving in, they were surprised to discover that there were no plans for a park or outdoor recreation space whatsoever. Madam Speaker, the purpose of this statement is to gain awareness and to ask for support. My hope is that the city will do their part in contributing to this conceptual park plan. However, I believe the province can play a role too because of the cultural significance the park will hold. As soon as the Building Sustainable Communities program opens up for applications, the residents of Waterford Green will be applying, and in the hopes of receiving some support in the creation of a central place in the community to come together, reflect, play, and converse. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Oral questions. The honourable leader of the official opposition.
Madam Speaker, over the past year, Thousands of Manitobans have been diagnosed with life-threatening illnesses like cancer. Surgeries could save their lives, but they are waiting in vain and in pain for this government to act. This government has done absolutely nothing. They are refusing to invest in public health care that Manitobans desperately need during this pandemic. And that means that thousands of Manitobans who need life-saving surgeries just can't get them. Why has this government failed to address the surgical backlog?
The Honourable First Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Leader of the Opposition knows full well that in this once-in-a-100-year pandemic, every province is struggling when it comes to surgeries. But this government invested in the budget that he's going to, I suppose, vote against on Thursday, additional funding for surgical backlogs. We, of course, committed an additional $50 million for that. We want to ensure that we're dealing with the backlog as best as possible while maintaining the healthcare system for other needs, of course, that are happening during the pandemic. If the member opposite truly cares about this issue, he'll demonstrate it on Thursday and support the funding that's allocated for it, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition on a supplementary question.
Well, the problem with Brian Pallister's PC government is that this government wants to hold the press conferences and claim the credit, but they don't want to take the action that would actually help Manitobans. So they may have announced a figure in their budget, but we've got a document here that says of that $50 million that the interim PC leader, the amount that he just referred to, how much has been spent halfway through this year? Less than $2.5 million, Madam Speaker. That's less than 5% of what was supposed to be going to help the average Manitoban out there who needs a surgery to have their health care needs met. This PC government would rather cut money than spend it on life-saving health care. Why has this government refused to spend this money to help Manitobans, money they themselves promised?
The Honourable First Minister.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. The member opposite will know, although I suppose he opposes it, that this government has been working with a number of providers, both inside government and outside of government, to ensure that we can deal with the backlog as best as possible. Now, every province in Canada is dealing with this challenge. Of course, it's being dealt with as well in British Columbia, in NDP British Columbia. Perhaps he's suggesting that his friend John Horgan is cutting surgical support in NDP British Columbia. I doubt it, Madam Speaker. I suspect that it has to do with the fact that it is a global pandemic and everybody's dealing with this challenge. We, of course, have the funding in place. We're dealing with partners, and we're going to work to ensure that we deal with the backlog, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition on a final supplementary.
Madam Speaker, you know, months ago, doctors urged the Brian Pallister government to take action to address the surgical backlog. The only thing this government did was hold a press conference and claim that they would spend $50 million to help these folks waiting for surgeries in Manitoba. Here we are half a year later. What has happened? I'll table the document that shows the First Minister that less than 5% of the allocated funds have actually been spent. At this rate, that means it'll be less than 10% by the end of the year. Tens of thousands of Manitobans in constituencies like Kirkfield Park and Riel are urgently waiting for surgeries. In constituencies like Steinbach, people are waiting for surgeries. Why has this government insisted on breaking its promises to Manitobans who need these surgeries?
The Honourable First Minister.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. This is a government that has invested in every way to deal with the pandemic, of course, not only in vaccine distribution to ensure that we had among the most robust vaccine distribution in the entire caucus, Madam Speaker, but also ensuring that we're dealing with surgeries that can be done, Madam Speaker, in a safe and appropriate way, of course, determined by clinicians ensuring that we're trying to blunt the fourth wave by having public health orders that are not only in place when there's a challenge, Madam Speaker, but even proactively, Madam Speaker. I know why members opposite are trying to shout me down, Madam Speaker, because they are seeing what's happening in other provinces. They're not seeing that happen here. I'm not saying that they're upset about that, Madam Speaker, but of course, when they're trying to find things that are negative, they're having a difficult time to find them in Manitoba this time, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition on a new question.
One of the other many negative things going on in the province right now is that when this Brian Pallister government interferes with Crown corporations, we know that it costs you money. We know that that's what's happening with MPI, that this year the PC's MPI board took $60 million away from drivers in this province. I will table the minutes of the MPI board meeting from March for the interim PC leader. That's when the scheme was approved. But did this Brian Pallister government issue a press release? Did they make comments about it in the media? No. In fact, the PCs wouldn't say anything about it until last Friday in question period. So the question remains, when did this government find out about this scheme to take money from Autopac and to raise rates on Manitobans?
The Honourable First Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I was hoping that the long weekend might have allowed the opportunity for the official opposition leader to crawl out of the grassy knoll, Madam Speaker, but it didn't happen. He's still there, thinking that there is a conspiracy, Madam Speaker, even though it was disclosed at Crown Corporation Committee, not to him, of course, it was disclosed, Madam Speaker. There's public vetting, there's a public utilities board process, Madam Speaker. I was glad to hear today that Manitoba Public Insurance Corporation is applying for a rebate, Madam Speaker, so that Manitobans can get more of the money that they put into the corporation back, Madam Speaker. That is the good news that is happening in Manitoba. As much as he might try to turn it into bad news, the nattering nabob of negativity on that side can continue on, Madam Speaker, but there's lots of good news and more coming in Manitoba, Madam Speaker.
Just a caution to members to be careful with the language, and references to members should be according to their portfolios. So just a caution before we proceed. The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition on a supplementary question.
Yeah. Did Brian Pallister tell Manitobans that his interference at MPI was going to cost them millions of dollars? No. Did Brian Pallister tell Manitobans that their MPI rates were millions of dollars higher? Does the MPI application that the First Minister refers to tell Manitobans that their rebate checks could be hundreds of dollars more had this interference not taken place? The answer is no, 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 and no. And will any of these PC MLAs level with the people of Manitoba about this deception? The answer, again, is no, Madam Speaker. The PC government needs to be open and transparent. When did they first find out about this scheme to take money away from Autopac and to raise rates?
The Honourable First Minister.
Never once, Madam Speaker, did any member of the NDP government ever tell Manitobans that it would cost billions of dollars more to run a hydro line on the wrong side of the province, Manitoba. Madam Speaker. In fact, it was actually the opposite, Madam Speaker. They went out into a press conference and they said it would not cost an additional cent, not one penny more, to run a hydro line on the wrong side of the province, almost touching Saskatchewan, Madam Speaker. And of course, it costs tens of billions of dollars more. Manitobans will be paying for those tens of billions of dollars for many, many years, many, many generations, Madam Speaker. They spent more, we have a rebate coming. That's the difference between them and us, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition on a final supplementary.
You know, there's so many PC cover-ups with our crown corporations, the First Minister can't keep them straight. He's trying to talk about the billions in revenue they concealed at Manitoba Hydro. I'm trying to fight for cheaper auto pack rates for everybody in this province. We know that they failed to disclose this to the people of Manitoba. We know that this was approved back in March, and we know that it's costing the people of Manitoba money. It could have been 10% cheaper rates for people in this coming year. It could have been hundreds of dollars more on rebate checks. But the question that remains to be answered is this. When did the First Minister, when did the Cabinet first become aware of the scheme to take money from AutoPack and raise rates in Manitoba?
The Honourable First Minister.
I will grant to the member opposite he is much better at concealing things than I am, Madam Speaker. He has concealed many things in his life, Madam Speaker. But in this legislature, Madam Speaker, there have been public debates. There have been public debates, hundreds of debates regarding Bipolar 3, and never once did the NDP government disclose the true cost of Bipolar 3. There were years and years of debates, and they hid it, they covered it up, they swept it under the rug. They didn't let anybody know what those true costs were. We did something a little bit different, and the Crown Corporation and MPI did. They decided to send something to the PUB after disclosing it in committee and putting it unanswered, Madam Speaker. Manitobans can judge for themselves. Years of covering things up, or a committee with Hansard and the Public Utilities Board. I think our approach is the right approach, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Point Douglas.
Miigwech, Madam Speaker. The addiction crisis has taken a toll in Manitoba. Last year, we revealed the rates of bloodborne illnesses that are exploding here in our province. Defenseless babies are getting congenital syphilis. And yet, with proper prenatal care, this could be prevented. And yet the problem here is getting worse. Through Freedom of Information, which I'll table, we found out that there were 36 babies here in our province that were born with syphilis, congenital syphilis last year. What, if anything, is this minister doing to address that?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Madam Speaker, I thank the member for Point Douglas for the question. Our government has done much to address that issue. First, we created the Ministry of Mental Health, Wellness and Recovery, Madam Speaker. We put $52.3 million into 32 initiatives across the province. We also fund harm reduction networks across the province that are doing great work to address this issue. Madam Speaker, I would be pleased to brief the member on the work that is being done regarding syphilis and bloodborne diseases.
The Honourable Member for Point Douglas on a supplementary question.
Miigwech, Madam Speaker, I just asked a question about syphilis. The member could have told us here in the House and told Manitobans that are watching exactly what they are doing about this crisis that's happening here in our province. But instead, does she choose to do that? No. So I'm going to ask again, and I'm going to tell her a direct quote from an internal document from the Winnipeg Regional Health Authority. There should be 0 cases of congenital syphilis here in this province. And is this minister doing anything about it? No. So through the FIPA that I tabled, things are getting worse in this province. In fact, half the amount of syphilis right across Canada we're here in Manitoba, in our province. This is preventable. These are babies. This minister needs to do something, and she needs to tell us exactly what she's doing to stop this public health crisis from happening.
The member's time has expired. The Honourable Minister of Health.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to share with the member that our Department of Mental Health, Wellness and Recovery has been going across the entire province, talking to healthcare professionals, talking to individuals with lived experiences, parents, families, about the issues that relate specifically to such conditions as syphilis. We're taking that information back. We are acting. The member is willing to come into the House and share pieces of paper. We're doing more than that. We're reaching into families, Madam Speaker, and we're addressing these issues right at the front end with our healthcare professionals. We will not stop. We will continue to meet the needs of Manitobans.
The The honourable member for Point Douglas on a final supplementary.
Miigwech, Madam Speaker. Well, this minister goes around and does her listening tour that never gets listened to by Manitobans because they don't put it in place. 21 babies have already been born since July in this province with congenital syphilis while this minister goes around and has a listening tour. What is she doing right now to address this here in Manitoba so babies aren't born with congenital syphilis? This is preventable. So the minister can stand up right now, tell this House, tell those that are listening, tell Manitobans exactly what she is doing to prevent babies from being born with congenital syphilis.
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Madam Speaker, we want to be sure that every child that is born in this province is born healthy and has an opportunity to live a fulfilling life. And when they are born with conditions such as syphilis, we are working with health professionals at the front end, Madam Speaker. We are listening to clinicians. They diagnose, they tell us the best treatment, and we respond with funding and supports within the community. That is what we're doing, Madam Speaker, and we will continue to do that.
The honourable member for Concordia.
Madam Speaker, 5 bills and the heart of the Conservative legislative agenda were stopped dead in their tracks by this NDP opposition. But Cam Blight, who's the president of the AMM, reminds us that this reprieve is not the clean slate that the remaining PCs want Manitobans to believe. Just this past spring, Brian Pallister and his Conservatives jammed through dozens of unpopular bills, including Bill 37. And as the AMM has reminded us, Bill 37 brings the real risk that timely decision-making will grind to a halt at the local level. Will the minister listen to our municipal partners and repeal Bill 37?
The Honourable Minister of Municipal Relations.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'm always pleased to take questions on Bill 37. It gives me opportunity to dispel the ridiculous allegations that the opposition continue to put on the record. So with respect to the municipal board, I just want to point out that the NDP had racked up a 9-year backlog for unscheduled municipal board appeals. I am pleased today to announce that earlier this year, the backlog is gone. Gone, Madam Speaker. So we inherited a 9-year backlog. Now, all unscheduled appeals are from the 2021 calendar year. Not going to stand here and call them howling coyotes.
The Honourable Member. Order. Order. The Honourable Member for Concordia on a supplementary question.
What the minister calls ridiculous are the voices of dozens of mayors, reeves, councillors, concerned citizens, and even developers from across this province who have called Bill 37 regressive. They told us that it will create an onerous appeals process that's less responsive to its citizens, and yet it's more difficult for development, less accountable, and yet at a higher cost. Yet this PC caucus and both leadership candidates seem to be pushing full steam ahead on this unpopular bill. Will the minister stop to listen to those municipal partners across the province and repeal Bill 37 today?
Hear, hear.
The Honourable Minister for Municipal Relations.
Madam Speaker, I don't know how the members opposite handled appeals historically, but maybe they use carrier pigeons, Madam Speaker. With the NDP's view on modernization, I'm surprised we still don't have hitching posts out front of this very building, Madam Speaker. Our government is about openness, transparency, efficiency, accountability, and these all build trust with municipal officials. These members opposite know nothing of this. I suggest the member opposite unhitch his horse from the NDP hitching posts out front and ride off into the sunset.
The Honourable Member for Concordia on a final supplementary.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I am surprised that this minister would refer to the words of Cam Blight and the AMM this way, that he would disregard their concerns and that he wouldn't listen to how other jurisdictions have limited frivolous appeals while preserving their local voices. Bill 37 does not do that. It opens the door to unnecessary appeals and a process that threatens more, not less, red tape. Manitobans have raised a united front in opposition to this, and yet Brian Pallister's approach to governing is apparently still alive and well in this Conservative caucus. Will the minister continue this bullheaded approach, or will he listen to the people of Manitoba and repeal Bill 37?
The Honourable Minister of Municipal Relations.
Yes, and in regards to appeals, I want to thank the Chair, Jeff Bereza, and his team on the entire municipal board for their hard work over the past couple of years. They have released the NDP carrier pigeons back to their natural habitat. They have removed the NDP hitching post from out front of the building, put the horses out to pasture, and brought unscheduled municipal board appeals out of the past and into 2021, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for the Pas-Camissac.
Madam Speaker. Despite the fact that Manitoba has a moratorium on youth aging out of care for the pandemic, we know that this isn't simply a pandemic-related issue and that ongoing supports are necessary for many youth transitioning out of the child welfare system. Normally in Manitoba, youth aging out of care are required to live on their own when they turn 18 or 21 at the latest. They are often left without supports, leaving many youth vulnerable to unemployment or homelessness. Will the minister acknowledge the need for ongoing supports for youth aging out of care and commit to extending the age limit to 25 permanently?
The Honourable Minister of Families.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And our government is committed to reducing the number of children in care, and that is why we've made significant investments in helping those youth who are either transitioning out of care or keeping families together in the first place. We've invested significantly in projects like the Mothering Project or the Indigenous Doula Project to help families stay together and continue with reunification through initiatives like the Supported Guardianship Program. During the pandemic, we recognize that youth in care are facing extra pressures and circumstances, and that is why we've extended benefits to youth who are in care so that no child needs to age out of care during this difficult time.
The Honourable Member for the Pas-Camissac on a supplementary question.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Melanie Doucette, the project manager of the Equitable Standards for Transitions to Adulthood for Youth in Care report, says that provinces should implement a readiness-based approach rather than an age-based approach. This would ensure that youth who have greater needs than others for longer periods of time are set up to succeed as they transition out of the child welfare system. Will the minister commit to extending supports for youth aging out of care by increasing the age limit to 25?
The Honourable Minister of Families.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I was very pleased just a few weeks ago to go visit a community organization that supports youth in our province, particularly youth who are aging out of care, called RAY. And they had informed me of some of the initiatives that have been working for youth that have been aging out of care and some areas that need greater support, including housing supports. And that is why we're very eager and keen to work with housing partners to ensure that there are housing solutions for youth who are aging out of care as one aspect of the component when we're helping children and youth age out of care. But ultimately, Madam Speaker, our goal is to work with all families to support reunification and to support children staying with their families in the first place. Yeah.
The Honourable Member for the Pas-Camissac on a final supplementary.
Madam Speaker, extending the age limit to 25 would be a good step in ensuring that youth aging out of care are able to access needed supports on an ongoing and reliable basis. This would help youth to easily overcome the barriers they face, such as finding a safe and affordable housing, completing their education, managing a budget, and creating meaningful connections within their communities, at least have a chance in life. I ask again, will the minister commit to extending supports for youth aging out of care by increasing the age limit to 25? Egwesen.
The Honourable Minister of Families.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And our government is committed to helping youth age out of care. That is why we invested $1 million in a new community helper program as another initiative. That is why we're working with a lot of community partners to help youth who are transitioning out of care. But the goal, Madam Speaker, in Manitoba is to prevent youth from coming into care in the first place. That is why we've invested significantly in a doula program. That is why we're working towards keeping families together. And that is why we ended the practice of issuing birth alerts. And I can inform the House that compared to the NDP's birth rate apprehension of 283 in 2014-15, we this year have reduced that number to 22. Down from 283 in 2015. We know that there still needs to be a lot of progress to be made in keeping families together and providing those supports for families, but we've made a good first start.
The Honourable Member for Fort Garry.
Our civil service is essential to ensuring that Manitobans have timely access to important public services such as getting a birth certificate or a marriage certificate. However, under this PC government, public services such as Vital Stats continue to have vacancies sitting unfilled, despite backlogs and long wait times. The backlog and delays within Vital Stats were already an issue before the pandemic began, and now, because of Brian Pallister's cuts, they've been made even worse. Will this minister commit to addressing the staff shortage at Vital Stats immediately, as Manitobans have been waiting months to access important records?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and we acknowledge that the wait times are far too long, and that's why we have a strong plan to address this. In fact, it includes enhancing IT, it includes enhancing HR services. It also includes making sure the backlogs that were in place, where there's over 24,000 backlogs, are cleared up. And Madam Speaker, as of today, 99.9% of those backlogs are cleared up. Madam Speaker, we've reduced the wait times by over 50% in the last 6 months alone. Progress is making, we got to do more though.
Order. The Honourable Member for Fort Garry on a supplementary question.
Within the department's own most recent annual report, it shows that Vital Stats issued 20,000 fewer requests than the year prior, despite the birth rate in Manitoba remaining the same. It's clear that the work being done within this branch has deteriorated in terms of timeliness, and the capacity of this branch simply can't keep up because of this minister's refusal to fill vacancies. Will the minister commit to filling the vacancies in Vital Stats immediately to ensure that all Manitobans are able to access important documents in a timely manner?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I talked about our needs, our IT needs we've invested in, our HR needs we've invested in. I know the member doesn't like to talk about results, but on this side of the House, we do actually talk about results. Over 99.9% of the backlog that was in place just in August alone, Madam Speaker, over 24,800 backlog has been essentially cleared. Our department is doing a great job to do that. We want to ensure that the wait times are reduced even more than the 50% improvement that we made over the last 6 months alone.
The Honourable Member for Fort Garry on a final supplementary.
Let's talk about the minister's results. On Friday in estimates, he tells us that it takes 2 weeks to do one of these applications. Now, According to him, with his backlog, it's still taking 3 months for Manitobans to get these critical documents. There still exists a 32% vacancy rate in vital stats. This government clearly hasn't taken this issue seriously, and Manitobans are the ones that are suffering. They can't apply for permanent residency, they can't apply for certain federal government programs because they can't get the documents they need to qualify. Will this minister commit to filling these vacancies today?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We know what yesterday's NDP was about. It wasn't about getting results, Madam Speaker. It was about our government is all about getting results. 25,000 person backlog in terms of these important stats have been essentially cleared up. There was actually over 43 that was left. 99.9% of the backlog has been filled up. What we've done in the last 6 months is we improved the wait time by over 50%, Madam Speaker, and that's not good enough. We're going to continue to work on that, Madam Speaker, but we made some good progress in the last 6 months. We're going to continue more if the NDP stop blocking initiatives that government do to make government better off.
Okay, so we're back here, so you guys can withdraw the bills that we blocked. And now you say stop blocking bills. Stop blocking. Okay, doesn't make a lot of sense. You filibustering. Terrible legislation. Did you back out? You backed out.
Order. Order. What doesn't make a lot of sense is yelling across this chamber at each other. That does not make a lot of sense because that is not a good form of democracy for the public to see or to even know that it exists, because that is not a respectful behavior to show that everybody here is working hard by asking the questions and answering the questions. So I'm going to ask everybody, please, to stop the yelling back and forth, and I need to be able to hear the questions and answers that are being asked. So I would ask for your respectful behavior, please. The Honourable Member for St. Boniface.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In 2019, I condemned the federal government's decision to challenge a court ruling about payments to First Nations children in care. And it's worth noting that no matter what the federal government provided to First Nations children in care in Manitoba, all of it was seized by the government of Manitoba, as described in the op-ed written by Grand Chief Arlen Dumas for the Globe and Mail that I table. In opposition, the NDP and PCs alike called this practice immoral and illegal, and the Assembly of Manitoba Chiefs is in court right now suing the government to recover the $338 million in children's allowances that this government took. Why doesn't this government just drop the case and return the money to the children?
The Honourable Minister of Families.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I'm pleased to hear that the Liberal contacted his counterparts in Ottawa to stop their attack on First Nations children and to ask the federal government to not continue taking them to court. I would also like to remind the members opposite that we had ended in our first mandate the egregious practice of taking money from children that was deemed for children in care from the federal government, and we allowed the agencies to keep that money directly. That was something that we did in our first term in office because we believe that these supports should remain with the children.
The Honourable Member for St. Boniface on a supplementary question.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Now, during the 2000 scoop engineered by the NDP Manitoba government, this province was seizing more children from families than any jurisdiction in the world, over 11,000, with the vast majority being Indigenous.
Order.
Poverty and neglect are often the justification for seizing children, yet with assistance rates frozen since 1992, Manitoba was the child poverty of capital and is getting worse again under this government. The PC government could have made things right by returning that $338 million, but instead they voted themselves and everyone else responsible immunity from getting sued. If this government is committed to truth and reconciliation, justice and accountability, why are they still denying First Nations children their day in court?
The Honourable Minister of Families.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And our government recognized that we needed to do transformation of our child welfare system. That is why we brought in groundbreaking legislation in our first mandate that would reform the child welfare system, including expanding the powers of the Children's Advocate and rebuilding the relationship with the Advocate's Office so that we could ensure that there's child protection. That is why we also ended the egregious practice of taking money from the federal government deemed for children in the child welfare system and allowing the agencies to keep that money. That is why we increased the funding under the single envelope funding so that the agencies and authorities would have discretion on how to spend these much needed dollars for our most vulnerable children in this province.
The Honourable Member for Tyndall Park.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On August 12th, I wrote to the Minister of Indigenous Reconciliation and Northern Relations and the Minister of Finance encouraging the Government of Manitoba to join the federal government in recognizing September 30th as the National Day for Truth and Reconciliation by declaring the day as a provincial statutory day. Last week, I followed this up through introducing legislation, Bill 240, requesting the same. Madam Speaker, it is very important that Manitoba recognizes the National Day specifically to fulfill call number 80 of the Calls to Action in the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. Will the government support Bill 40 and do everything it takes to pass it before the end of the year?
The Honourable Minister of Indigenous Reconciliation and Northern Relations.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I respect the question from the member opposite. We are currently engaging with Indigenous leaders throughout Manitoba on seeking their input as to how we can properly recognize this day moving forward. And that engagement has started a while ago. We'll continue with that engagement and we'll follow their directions. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Assiniboia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Our government committed to building 20 new schools over 10 years. Yes, Madam Speaker, 20 new schools over 10 years. Can the Minister of Education tell us more about his important announcement this morning?
The Honourable Minister of Education.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague for the question. This morning I was pleased to be joined by the MLA for Waverley, representatives from the Pembina Trail School Division and the City of Winnipeg for a groundbreaking event, an announcement for 2 new schools in Waverley West. A combined $67 million investment in school capital for a growing community will mean 2 new schools already under construction. These are numbers 7 and 8 of our 20 new schools guarantee, and I will say we are well on our way to delivering on time on that promise. We are committing $260 million to school capital this year to ensure that we have spaces for students to succeed.
The member's time has expired. The Honourable Member for Flin Flon.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Brian Pallister cut frontline services, we thought, to the bone. Over the last 5 years, the public service has declined by 2,644 people. Those cuts left the province poorly prepared for a public health emergency. The recent annual report shows that even during the pandemic, they've continued to cut. I raised the matter with the media this summer. The minister said wasn't available. I ask him now, why is he continuing to cut public services during a pandemic when we need them more than ever?
The Honourable Minister for Central Services.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm very proud of our civil service during this pandemic. It's been a trying time for all Manitobans, and they have been over and above the board for how they've responded to the pandemic. I just can't say enough about how much work they've done on behalf of Manitobans. Thank you to the civil servants. They've done a great job for all Manitobans.
Thank you. The Honourable Member for Flin Flon on a supplementary question.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, empty words while they continue to cut positions within the civil service while Manitobans continue to suffer because those services aren't available to them. You know, Brian Pallister attacked public services. His Conservative caucus applauded him. Now he's gone, but it's the same story. Nothing's changed. Millions being spent on outside consultants and contracted services. Now the public, now they've continued to cut public services during the pandemic. We need frontline services now more than ever. Why, even now, is this minister cutting important public services during a pandemic?
The Honourable Minister for Central Services.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We continue to hire in the civil service and we recruit from all across Canada. But I have to say that we have a very robust training program in Manitoba, and our civil servants are often targeted by other provinces to come and work for them. We just want to thank those civil servants for the great job that they have done for all Manitobans during this pandemic. I really can't say enough about the work that they've done making sure that we can keep Manitobans safe. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The time for oral questions has expired. Petitions. The Honourable Member for Union Station on a petition. The Honourable Member for St. John's. The Honourable Member for Elmwood.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I wish to present the following petition to the Legislative Assembly. The background of this petition is as follows. Number one, over 25,000 vehicles per day cross the Louise Bridge, which serves as a vital link for vehicular traffic between northeast Winnipeg and the downtown for the last 110 years. Number two, the current structure will undoubtedly be declared unsafe in a few years as it has deteriorated extensively, becoming functionally obsolete, subject to more frequent unplanned repairs, and cannot be widened to accommodate future traffic capacity. Number three, as far back as 2008, the City of Winnipeg has studied where the new replacement bridge should be situated. Number four, after including the bridge replacement in the city's 5-year capital budget forecast in 2009, the new bridge became a short-term construction priority in the city's transportation master plan of 2011. Number five, city capital and budget plans identified replacement of the Louise Bridge on a site just east of the bridge and expropriated homes there on the south side of Nairn Street in anticipation of a 2015 start. Number six, in 2014, the new city administration did not make use of available federal infrastructure funds and instead decided to fund an off-the-list, low-priority Waverley underpass. Number seven, the new Louise Bridge Committee began its campaign to demand a new bridge, and its surveys confirmed residents wanted a new bridge beside the current bridge, with the old bridge kept open for local traffic. Number eight, the NDP provincial government signaled its firm commitment to partner with the city on replacing the Louise Bridge in its 2015 throne speech. Unfortunately, provincial infrastructure initiatives such as the new Louise Bridge came to a halt with the election of the Progressive Conservative government in 2016. Number nine, more recently, the city tethered the Louise Bridge replacement issue to its new transportation master plan and Eastern Corridor project. Its recommendations have now identified the location of the new Louise Bridge to be placed just to the west of the current bridge, not to the east as originally proposed. We petition the Legislative Assembly of Manitoba as follows. Number one, to urge the provincial government to financially assist the City of Winnipeg on building this 3-lane bridge in each direction to maintain this vital link between northeast Winnipeg and the downtown. Number two, to urge the provincial government to recommend that the City of Winnipeg keep the old bridge fully open to traffic while the new bridge is under construction, and consider the feasibility of keeping it open for active transportation in the future. Number three, to urge the provincial government to financially assist the City of Winnipeg in keeping the old bridge open for active transportation. And this petition has been signed by many, many Manitobans.
In accordance with our Rule 133, bracket 6, when petitions are read, they are deemed to be received by the House. Are there any further petitions, grievances, orders of the day, government business? The Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Could you please resolve into Committee of Soap? I'd like to thank the clerks for pointing out my almost grievous error. Could you seek leave to, or could you canvass the House for leave to make the following permanent change to the estimate sequence in room 254, move tax credits and emergency expenditures to the end of the list following municipal relations?
Is there leave to make the following permanent change to the estimate sequence? In room 254, move tax credits and emergency expenditures to the end of the list following municipal relations. Is there leave? Leave has been granted. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Now, unless I hear otherwise from my friends at the center of the room, could you please resolve into Committee of Supply?
It has been announced that the House will consider estimates this afternoon. The House will now resolve into Committee of Supply. Mr. Deputy Speaker, please take the chair.
Good to see you, Critic and Minister. Can we just get mic checks from the two of you, if you're ready to, and let us know when you're ready to go. Minister, can you hear me? Minister, you're muted. And if you could bring your camera in, if you can hear us, if you can bring your camera in a little bit or focus your camera. You're a little distant right now in our shot. Perfect. And do you have a headset that you're using or that you could, yeah, for a microphone?
Can you hear me?
It's better with your headset.
Yeah.
You can hear me, yes?
No, Minister. We need your headset. We can't really hear you without it.
And it's harder for answering.
Okay, then I'll have to change positions and get off camera then.
Okay.
Okay,
sure.
1 moment.
And I guess in the meantime, Jamie, are you good to go? Can you hear us?
Can you hear me?
Can we check your mic?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you loud and clear. Perfect.
Yes.
Yeah, it's just as a courtesy to Hansard that we wear headsets. It makes it a lot easier for them.
They said they can't.
Mr. Chair, can you hear me now?
We can hear you. Thank you, Minister. And you're looking great. I guess we're good to go.
Mr. Chair, just 1 moment. Just gotta fix my audio settings. 1 moment. Okay, go ahead, Mr. Chair.
Will the Committee of Supply please come to order? This section of the Committee of Supply will now resume consideration of the estimates for the Department of Economic Development and Jobs.
Still can't hear you.
As previously agreed, questioning for this department will proceed in a global manner. The floor is now open for questions. The member for St. Vital.
Just want to confirm, can the minister hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
I'm not sure if the minister can.
Previously agreed, questioning for this department will proceed in a global manner.
Can you hear me, sir? Can you hear me, Mr. Chair?
For St. Vital.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you, Minister, but we're getting feedback from someone. So the member for St. Vital, the floor is yours.
Thank you. I'll ask my question to the minister. So as through the last several months, as we've gone through the course of the pandemic, I think it's obviously taken a health toll on many Manitobans. I think there's been evidence that people in marginalized communities have taken the brunt of that. And we also know that that's not just limited to the health outcomes, but also to the economic opportunities for those individuals who are in the Black, Indigenous, or people of color. And other groups have also suffered worse during the course of the pandemic. And I'm wondering specifically if the minister has looked into certain initiatives funding, grants or programs that would specifically address the reduced economic opportunities that people of color, marginalized communities have faced over the last few months as a result of the pandemic.
The Honourable Minister.
First of all, Mr. Chair, I just want to ensure that you and the member for St. Vital can hear me. Okay, just
yes,
a moment, thank you.
Yes, Minister.
Okay, just one moment.
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much again for the question there to my colleague from St. Vital. I just want to let him know that we have had a number of programs in place for all Manitobans in terms of supports for individuals and supports for businesses. We want to ensure that these programs do not overlap. And that includes people of color, people of Indigenous backgrounds, all Manitobans who we are truly supporting. I've had meetings as well with nonprofit organizations, as I've told the member from St. Vital, recently last week, that I'm very happy that organizations do have a component that will help benefit those from our BIPOC communities, Indigenous communities. We're continuing to listen to all Manitobans, including the stakeholders that he's referring to. And being a person of color myself, and I take this very seriously, as all people who are in public service should, as we should represent all Manitobans.
The Honourable Member for St. Vital.
Thank you for the response. It's been quite obvious that minorities, people of color, Black people, Indigenous people often work in more precarious job situations. They've suffered job loss and definitely have had lower wages over the last few months as a result of the pandemic. And having that data, I think it would be quite clear that there's a need for the government to take action and to help this community, help these communities improve their economic condition. And so I'm hearing from the minister that he's suggesting that the programs are a one-size-fits-all approach, when that's simply not the best way to help many people and many communities. And so I'm asking again, is there a minister, if he hasn't to date initiated any programs to help people of color, Indigenous people, or Black people economically, is the minister looking at doing programs in the future or grant opportunities in the future to help people who have been more affected by the economic downturn as a result of the pandemic?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you again from my colleague from St. Vital for the question. You know, we have programs in place that are helping individuals and businesses And I can understand that, based on the data, he is correct that in terms of the pandemic, it's been hit harder on those from our Indigenous communities and our BIPOC communities, specifically, in Point Douglas and in areas such as those. We will continue to listen to all stakeholders. I, as a minister, I'm always engaging with all types of organizations, and if there are any good suggestions that they may have, also based on the data that you're explaining, I'm willing to listen and to ensure that as a government that we can help support those Manitobans in need, because a healthy Manitobans means a healthy economy, and we will strive to ensure that our province goes forward and a positive outlook for our economy, and that includes everyone, including our BIPOC and Indigenous communities that he's referring to.
The honourable member for St. Vital.
Thank you for the response. I do appreciate the minister's willingness to listen to communities and to engage in that dialogue and that discussion. But with respect, we've been in the pandemic for 18, 19 months now, right? This is going on second, third, fourth wave we're approaching now. And it's been quite known who's been suffering and who's been hardest hit as a result of the economic downturn because of the pandemic. And so it shouldn't be a surprise to the government. And this is something that, we should be past the listening stage, where we should be certainly into the action stage, where we should be implementing programs that are going to help the people who have been the hardest hit. And so I just want to give the minister one more, hopefully, he's had a chance to think about this and suggest that he's going to implement a program. So I just want to ask again to the minister, are you going to be implementing any programs that would specifically help the BIPOC community as a result of the economic downturn of the last year and a half, 2 years because of the pandemic?
The honourable minister.
Thank you again for the question from the member from St. Vital. I see that we have other committee members here on the call, and I see one of them, the member from St. James. I want to let the member of St. James know that our mutual friend, J.R. Alabin, who owns Max's Restaurant, I believe it's in his constituency, who is a person of color himself, who has created jobs by investing in Manitoba, by putting this business here in Winnipeg, is that he gainfully employs many people of color, specifically from the Filipino community, and programs that were extended, the Healthy Hire program, he's applied for. Most of these businesses have applied for the programs, and it's been able to continue to gainfully employ individuals specifically of color that he's referring to, because we know that during the pandemic, small businesses have struggled, but there are supports in place that we have put out there to help business owners, again, supports for individuals, regular calls with the business community that I've done. It has helped tremendously in terms of collaborating, and communicating to ensure that they can continue to serve Manitobans with their respective industries, in this case, the restaurant industry. And my suggestion is as well, if you haven't gone to Max's already, you should join your colleague and myself when we go to sunny St. James. Isn't that correct? Give me a nod there, St. James. Absolutely. Thank you, Mr.
The honourable member for St. Vital.
So just to be clear, I appreciate the story that the minister is saying. And I think that, one individual business or employer is not the story. The larger community of people who have been the hardest hit, economically in our province. And so I appreciate the story that was just shared. However, I also would suggest that it's clear that the minister hasn't said anything that the government has done to the most hardest hit economically individuals yet. They haven't done anything yet to help those people out. And their minister is clearly not saying anything that he's going to be doing in the future to help these people out. So again, I think this is a pretty indicative of this government who has, I think, failed to help a lot of Manitobans throughout this very difficult crisis that we've all been through. I'll just move on to another pressing topic that I think we've experienced economically in the last few months, and that goes to the labor shortage. Many businesses in our province have experienced difficulty hiring. Specifically, looking at businesses in the restaurant, hospitality, tourism industry have struggled to fill vacancies. What is the minister doing to address some of these issues and help define, address that shortage of labor in our economy?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just want to let the member for St. Vital know that we're going to continue to improve and enhance our programs, and our government continues to support businesses during this economic situation to protect jobs during this time of uncertainty. I should remind them that we've supported over 4,000 employers to hire or rehire nearly 17,000 employees through our wage subsidy programs. Our current programs have so far supported 1,100 employers, providing up to 7,200 jobs. We've invested also more than $470 million in financial supports to help businesses and nonprofits in response to the pandemic. So our government will continue to engage with Manitoba businesses and industry associations, nonprofit organizations, individuals, because we need that feedback as we have been, supporting, businesses before, during, and we will well after the pandemic through a wide variety of supports for Manitoba business and nonprofits. And we'll focus also on kickstarting the economy through the programs and supports that we offer. We'll continue to listen to Manitobans, businesses, so that we can improve and enhance these programs to help the province. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for St. Vital.
So as the minister looked at addressing the labor shortage through enhancing educational programs, for example, additional supports to adult education, I didn't hear that as something the minister is looking into, or perhaps investing in advanced education or other strategies, on-job learning programs, incentives. Again, I don't think the minister has addressed the issue of labor shortages. That's what I'm asking about right now. And I'd just like to hear if the minister has anything that he's working on in terms of addressing the labor shortage, because it's quite clear that specifically in the hospitality, tourism, restaurant, but other industries as well, that there is a labor shortage right now, and it's difficult for employers to fill their vacancies.
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have met with presidents of post-secondary institutions, the leaders of the restaurant association, the hotel association. I have regular meetings with them, and they have, brought up the issue of labor shortage. But this is not only happening in our province; it's happening in every province, as he knows, and that's why we are making investments in terms of programs like Healthy Hire. We also have had committed to $50 million to support the Manitoba Chamber of Commerce to administer a long-term recovery fund, which I want to mention to him. And we had a program called the CHIP program that helped hotel owners, also helped a lot of Manitobans in terms of, just getting out there and enjoying their province. So I know that it's been tough for employers given the situation, but we are definitely having these conversations, taking this whole of government approach in terms of talking with the appropriate stakeholders, as well as my colleague, the Minister for Advanced Education, on how to continue to move forward at improving and enhancing the services that we can provide to these Manitobans.
The honourable member for St. Vital.
Thank you, Chair. So just again on the labor shortage issue, it's been quite clear that that our economy is suffering because of this. Businesses are not able to operate at full capacity. Is the minister looking at initiatives which would enhance or improve conditions in work environments, such as better work conditions and environments, higher regulations to improve those work conditions, perhaps increasing the minimum wage for many staff who would be earning minimum wage, or even improving childcare needs, because that is, I know, also a barrier for individuals to return to work. Those are some of the things that I've been hearing about in the conversations that I've had with many of the same people you have had, Minister, so like people, leader in the hotel and restaurant area, and in our advanced education institutions in our province. And they're telling me that those are some of the barriers around childcare, around working conditions, salary, mainly minimum wage. And so I'm wondering if these are initiatives that the minister is also willing to put forward concrete and substantive initiatives or programs to improve those, so that workers are more willing to come back into our labor force.
The honourable minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to remind my colleague from St. Vital what I said last week, that in terms of the latest report for Stats Canada labor force, that total jobs edged up to 7,800. We were 1.2% above the national stat. Our Manitoba labor force increased 7,100, 1% versus 0.7% for Canada. So just also want to point out the fact that we've provided programs to help employers, certain industries, even such as there was the Hospitality Relief Sector Program, which provided $8 million in financial relief to Manitoba's accommodation and tourism sector. As he should know, and from my experience working at hotels, that most of the employees at those hotels are people of color, but people of all backgrounds. Some of the best times I had was actually working in the hospitality industry. It taught me a lot about customer service, taught me about how to treat people, customer service. Just as I would say, even on the record, even 30 years ago, when I worked at the Marlborough Inn, that the Minister of Infrastructure, him and I had worked there together many years before politics. So I guess serving the people was always in our blood, and here we are 30 years later, serving as MLAs, as fellow ministers. And we're going to ensure that because from experience, I'm going to ensure that we have the ear of the public, we have the ear of the business community, in terms of taking care of not only the workers, but those who gainfully employ those workers, so that we can continue to improve this economy. The situation has been very difficult, but in order for our economy to grow, we have to recover, and we have to ensure that we have programs, recovery programs, to ensure these businesses recover so that they can gainfully employ these individuals. That's why, we've committed again $50 million to support these stakeholders in terms of a long-term recovery fund, which there will be more announced later on some of the extra dollars that are going to be used towards these programs.
The honourable member for St. Vital.
I'd like to provide about 15 minutes of time to the member for St. Boniface. Is he in the room?
The member for St. Boniface is not in the chamber. Oh, sorry. Okay. Okay, I was in error there. I should not have reflected on the presence or absence of a member. So I apologize for that. The member for St. Boniface.
Thank you much. My apologies. I just wanted to ask a question when it comes to the estimates book for economic development of jobs. While there is an increase of financial assistance by $26.496 million, there does seem to be a pattern of underspending in the 2020-21 annual report. So I was just wondering, as an example, finance and corporate services was underspent by $1.137 million because of vacancies in the department. The economic and labor market policy was underspent, was just under half by $1.498 million. And I know that that there have been some fairly deep cuts, or perhaps through attrition, to the to departments. I think it was the civil services lost something like 18% of its workers. So is there a plan to fill these spaces? Because I know that in certain circumstances, that if you have that deep of a loss, it means that work piles up for those people who are left behind, and it means that there isn't always the capacity to get other stuff through when it needs to get done.
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you to my colleague from St. Boniface for that question. I think, as the first week or two when I took over as Minister for Economic Development and Jobs, I was very enthusiastic to meeting those who work for this department. So one of my priorities was actually visiting the people that work for economic development jobs, the civil service, because to me, they're the heart and soul of the department. They work hard. I thank each and every one of them for their service through these times because they've had to adjust and adjust well. They have. Based on the information, I know we have 58 positions that are in the various stages of the recruitment process. We're going to continue to fill those positions as best as we can. Like any other organization, whether they're private or public, a large one, there's regular turnover. So we're going to continue to provide excellent service through the means of our hardworking civil service. Those men and women who I met and who are very thankful that they were serving our province in the capacity that they're in. And again, I just want to say that, everyone's gone through challenges, including the civil service, but it's my job as a minister responsible for economic development jobs. The people that work for my department are well taken care of, and we'll ensure that the positions are well maintained, filled. But I just want to remind my colleague that there are various stages right now that are happening in terms of the recruitment process. So those positions will be filled. We will also, there will also be turnover, as I said. But again, I want to thank the civil service for serving Manitobans in their capacity.
The honourable member for St. Boniface.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The annual report states the department has expanded the apprentice to journey person ratio from 1 to 1 to 2 to 1. I know that there have been some concerns about this from the point of view both of the quality of training as well as safety in discussions with some of the trades. So I don't know if the minister could possibly could answer this or commit to answering it later if possible. Was safety taken into account? Was safety one of the major considerations, or is it being done more on an economic basis, that it was simply that it was decided that it would be lower cost for industry to reduce the apprenticeship ratio? And if you could answer the second question, what is the department doing to work with health and safety in order to ensure that safety is taken into account on every decision?
The honourable minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. With respect to the apprentice to journeyman ratio, the decision to move to an expanded 2-to-1 ratio will increase the skilled labor available to Manitoba companies and will enable more Manitobans to become skilled journey persons. The regulatory change was driven by feedback from stakeholders, which demonstrated support for the change. The regulatory changes do not prevent employers from maintaining a 1-to-1 ratio, however. So enhancing the apprenticeship system is of particular importance now as the province continues to pursue opportunities for Manitobans to enter the labor market and restore the economy.
The honourable member for St. Boniface.
Yeah, again, just on the issue of apprenticeship, on page 24 of the annual report, Apprenticeship Manitoba, its underspending was quite significant. I think it was for financial assistance, for example, the variance under the budget was 6.2 million. So I was just wondering, I guess 2 questions. One is what happened to the salaries and benefits of the individuals who facilitate and train under that program? And with that gap, the labor market is going to be missing many trained apprentices. So are there any tangible steps the minister is going to be taking to catch up on the number of apprentices, for making sure that these that we don't see these variances of $6 million in underspending?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The progression of apprentices in technical training remains a priority for the department, as skilled tradespeople are key to Manitoba's recovery plan. The department schedules technical training courses for apprentices based on demand from the industry. Apprentices are encouraged to attend in-school training each year to ensure they progress in their respective program. Our department continues to promote the apprenticeship program and provide training to apprentices when there is a demand for training a trade, and we will continue to do so.
The Honourable Member for St. Boniface.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The annual report states that the province supported newcomers, some of which came through what's called the Refugee Employment Development Initiative. So I was just wondering if the Minister could provide a few more details on this initiative. Where did newcomers settle in Manitoba?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Just want to let the member for St. Boniface know that that workforce training and employment is very important to provide. And we have to ensure we provide funding to a skilled and diverse workforce, including the stakeholders that he's mentioned. You know, we know that all governments, whether it's federal and provincial governments, have to ensure that we find a way that we can ensure that these individuals that come from other countries have their credentials recognized, so that we don't create issues for them when they arrive to Canada, to Manitoba, and to other provinces. And that's why, as a government, we're going to continue to help these individuals get on their feet as best as they can, to ensure that that whatever they learned from back home, whether it's whatever occupation they had, the education that they acquired when they immigrate to Canada, we need to ensure that we communicate it, that they can be gainfully employed here when they do arrive, because we have to ensure that immigrants, refugees are part of our society. And if that means to ensure that we have programs in place for them so that they can be working right away in the field that they learned back where they came from, we have to ensure that we have funding in place so that we can have that skilled and diverse workforce, because that'll benefit our province and our country when they are working here and living here. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for St. Vital.
Thank you. I'd like to say that there's no more questions at this time for the Minister.
Okay, seeing no further questions, we will now turn to the resolutions, beginning with the second resolution as we have deferred consideration of the first resolution containing the minister's salary. At this point, we will allow virtual members to unmute their mics so they can respond to the question on each resolution. We'll start with Resolution 10.2. Resolve that there be granted to Her Majesty a sum not exceeding $117,616,000 for economic development and jobs, industry programs and partnerships for the fiscal year ending March 31st, 2022. Shall the resolution pass?
Pass.
The resolution is accordingly passed. Resolution 10.3, resolve that there be granted to Her Majesty a sum not exceeding $88,547,000 for economic development and jobs, workforce training for the fiscal year ending March 31st, 2022. Shall the resolution pass?
Pass. Pass.
The resolution is accordingly passed. Resolution 10.4, resolved that there be granted to Her Majesty a sum not exceeding $8 million for economic development and jobs, loans and guarantees programs for the fiscal year ending March 31st, 2022. Shall the resolution pass?
Pass. Pass.
The resolution is accordingly passed. The last item to be considered for the estimates of this department is item 10.1A, the minister's salary contained in resolution 10.1. The floor is open for questions. The Honourable Member for St. Vital.
I move that line item 10.1A be amended so that the Minister of Economic Development and Jobs salary be reduced to $1.
Do you have that in writing?
Yes, it was just emailed in.
Okay, we don't have a motion. It hasn't been received. Who, member for St. Vital, who did you email it to?
It was just emailed to Tim Abbott. He received it.
It should, okay, if you could just email that to the moderator.
And Katrina as well was sent to us.
Yeah, it has to go to the moderator. Okay, so it's been moved by the Honourable Member for St. Vital that line item 10.1A be amended so that the Minister of Economic Development and Jobs salary be reduced to $1. Is there any debate on the motion?
No.
Okay, is the committee ready for the question?
Question.
Sorry. Okay, the motion moved by the Honourable Member for St. Vital that line item 10.1A be amended so that the Minister of Economic Development and Job salary be reduced to $1. Shall the motion pass?
No.
No. Yes.
Okay, I hear noes, so the motion is accordingly defeated. Okay, and we have the last resolution, 10.1. Resolved that there be granted to Her Majesty a sum not exceeding $9,881,000 for economic development and jobs, administration and finance for the fiscal year ending March 31st, 2022. Shall the resolution pass?
Pass.
The resolution is accordingly passed. This completes the estimates of the Department of Economic Development and Jobs. The next set of estimates to be considered by this section of the Committee of Supply is for the Department of Conservation and Climate. Shall we briefly recess to allow the Minister and critics the opportunity to prepare for the commitments of the next department? Agreed. Okay, the committee is in recess. Minister, if we can just do a quick mic check and let us know when you're good to go. Can you hear us?
Yeah, I'm just wondering, can you hear me? Is the audio okay?
Does she have a headset?
Do you have a headset, Minister?
I do, but I'll have to reconfigure then where my staff is going to be, because if I wear headphones, they can't hear the questions.
Okay. Yeah, it's just much better for the folks at Hansard if they have if the speakers wear headphones and use their mics.
Okay, well, we'll try to figure something out where we don't have feedback then.
Okay, we'll just do a quick mic check. I see you got your headset.
I do. Can you hear me well now?
We can hear you just fine. Thank you.
And I'm just going to wait for a heads up from my staff that they also are ready to go. Okay, so what's happening here is that the feed that my staff has, there's a bit of a delay. So I'll just give a heads up that there could be a little bit more of a delay getting answers.
Okay, all right. Will the Committee of Supply please come to order? This section of the Committee of Supply will now consider the estimates of the Department of Conservation and Climate. Does the Honourable Minister have an opening statement?
I do.
Okay, go ahead, Minister. The floor is yours.
Bonjour. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairperson. It's a pleasure to be here and speak as the Minister of Conservation and Climate about the Department's programs and how they will be delivered with value within this year's budget. I want to state how pleased I am to be the Minister of this diverse department that serves Manitobans in numerous ways. I would also like to acknowledge the senior staff of my department that are with me here today. They are Jan Forster, the Deputy Minister, Matt Weeb, the Executive Financial Officer and Assistant Deputy Minister of the Finance and Shared Services Division, Blair McTavish, the Assistant Deputy Minister of the Parks and Resource Protection Division, Shannon Kohler, the Acting Assistant Deputy Minister of the Environmental Stewardship Division, Neil Cunningham, the Acting Assistant Deputy Minister of the Climate and Green Plan Implementation Office, and my Acting Special Assistant from my office, Connor Berry. At this time, I'd like to acknowledge the hard work and professionalism of all of our departmental staff. I take the responsibility of my role as Minister of the Department of Conservation and Climate seriously. Our vision is one of a healthy and resilient natural environment where current and future generations will prosper. This reflects my government's commitment to balancing the needs of Manitobans while protecting the environment and also sustainably growing our economy now and in the future. The importance of protecting the environment has been clear this past summer as we battled an extremely busy wildfire season due to dry weather conditions. I'm very proud of our Manitoba Wildfire Service, and I will speak to it again shortly. Since becoming Minister of this department in October of 2019, I have had the opportunity to meet a variety of stakeholders, industry representatives, and Manitobans, including Indigenous communities. Hearing from Manitobans is something that my government and myself as a minister have been prioritizing with great success. And it is something that I'll continue doing moving forward. I'm committed to listening to all Manitobans and stakeholder groups to improve the services of our department. Despite the challenges of the past year and a half due to COVID-19, meeting with individuals and groups from across this great province, often over telephone or video meetings, has kept me up to date on important issues. These meetings are key to reach goals within our departments. I want to highlight several priority areas of our work in our department as a way to frame the opening of our discussion in committee today. As I've already mentioned, the wildfire situation this year in Manitoba has been very significant. Dry weather conditions and lack of rain led to a very busy opening to the wildfire season throughout the province, and this continued throughout the entire season. I'm proud of our firefighting crews and leaders who worked so hard all spring and summer, protecting Manitobans and property, ensuring we professionally and safely manage these dangerous situations. I'm also proud that this year, my government approved the increase of 25 seasonal positions to increase resources in preparation for this fire season. This equates to 5 additional initial attack crews, frontline staff who are trained in fighting wildfires that endanger communities. My government is committed to the Manitoba Wildfire Service in ensuring personnel are hired, trained, and working cooperatively with other agencies, from rural municipalities to Indigenous communities to other provinces. The Canadian Interagency Forest Fire Centre, which is based in Winnipeg, is a cross-Canada organization that ensures provinces work cooperatively together by sharing resources each year where required, depending on where the heavy activity is in the country. I want to thank the firefighters from out of province, including those who came from overseas, from South Africa, who came to Manitoba to support our hardworking crews in battling multiple fires. Firefighting is truly a team effort, and it is great to see the interagency cooperation that occurs every year. We will continue to review the results of this past year and plan for next year's fire season over the winter. We will enact safety measures like fire bans and backcountry closures when they are required to ensure safety of Manitobans. Our Made in Manitoba Climate and Green Plan sets out a bold vision for Manitoba to become Canada's cleanest, greenest, and most climate resilient province. It includes a variety of tools to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, adapt to a changing climate, build a prosperous green economy that focuses on adding green jobs in Manitoba, protect our valuable waters, and conserve our natural environment for both current and future generations to enjoy. Manitoba has been able to work with the federal government and other provinces and territories through the Pan-Canadian framework to ensure access to dollars that deliver innovative and green programs and initiatives. For example, the Government of Canada, through the Low Carbon Economy Fund, and the Government of Manitoba, through Efficiency Manitoba, are each contributing $32.3 million to support natural gas reduction programs offered by Efficiency Manitoba. These programs will reduce natural gas use and greenhouse gas emissions by offering rebates and incentives for energy-efficient equipment and retrofit measures. This is a tangible benefit that will improve Manitoba's energy efficiency and the health of our natural environment. In addition, the Climate and Green Plan Implementation Office has been instrumental in leading the Efficient Trucking Program, which has seen the Government of Manitoba contribute $5.9 million to this initiative that reduces greenhouse gas emissions in the transportation sector by providing rebates for fuel-saving technology and retrofits for heavy-duty vehicles. We have begun implementing our Made in Manitoba Climate and Green Plan and have already achieved great success. The Expert Advisory Council and Youth Advisory Council has been meeting and providing excellent information and advice. They continue to provide exceptional contributions as we continue to advance initiatives under our Made in Manitoba Climate and Green Plan. The diverse expertise on these councils will certainly inform the government on how to achieve our goals as the cleanest, greenest, and most climate resilient province. The introduction of our government's Conservation and Climate Fund had an exceptional year of activity, with a number of proposals being approved for funding. $600,000 was committed in the past fiscal year, and there were an array of exceptional projects approved, from electric conversion of tundra buggies in Churchill to nutrient reduction projects in the Lake Winnipeg Basin to organic composting in Winnipeg. Another intake of the fund is ongoing right now for 2021, and I'm looking forward to announcing more successful projects for this year in the very near future. These innovative green projects are achieving great success here in Manitoba. A low-carbon government office has been established that works across the organization to support Government of Manitoba departments and the summary government's many agencies so that we can become leaders in reducing greenhouse gas emissions and building climate resiliency. I was also very excited about my announcement several months ago surrounding the creation of a new $20 million Provincial Park Endowment Fund. Our provincial parks are truly treasured gems, and we are committed to continue investing in them and enhancing them. COVID-19 has seen record numbers of Manitobans exploring the outdoors in our parks and campgrounds, and this demonstrates how important these natural spaces are. My government is committed to enhancing and modernizing our parks, and the new endowment fund is a great ongoing funding mechanism that will allow higher levels of investment than ever before. Our partnership with the Winnipeg Foundation will ensure that the endowment fund is managed and invested effectively, and that up to $1 million will be available every year to invest in projects. The department continues to develop a multi-pronged approach to modernization of our provincial parks. The Park Endowment Fund obviously was a very big piece of this, and it illustrates the commitment of our government to provincial parks. We launched a study in partnership with Travel Manitoba to better understand the opportunities to consider improvements to our parks. And I'm looking forward to reviewing the creative and innovative ideas that may come from the study. My department, in partnership with other departments and stakeholder groups, is focused on the development of a trail strategy that will enhance trails for Manitobas as well. Trails are critical infrastructure that allow a variety of Manitobas to enjoy the great outdoors, and we're committed to delivering a thoughtful and strategic plan. Manitoba has made great strides in waste reduction and recycling as well. There are many ongoing activities and critical priorities for the Department of Conservation and Climate. We're committed to building partnerships and continuing our ongoing discussions and consultations with individuals, organizations, and Indigenous communities across Manitoba. I'm excited to continue working cooperatively with all stakeholders to fulfill our mandates and priorities. In closing, I want to state again that this is simply a small sampling of our various activities and programs, and I look forward to exploring additional details as we discuss our departmental budget estimates. Thank you, merci, and miigwech.
We thank the Minister for those comments. Does the official opposition critic have any opening comments? Okay. The Honourable Member for Wolseley.
I would like to go straight to questions.
Okay, great. Under Manitoba practice, debate on the Minister's salary is the last item considered for a department in the Committee of Supply. Accordingly, we shall now defer consideration of line item 12.1A contained in Resolution 12.1. Does the committee wish to proceed through the estimates of this department chronologically or have a global discussion? Okay, thank you. It's agreed then that questioning for this department will proceed in a global manner with all resolutions to be passed once questioning has concluded. The floor is now open for questions. The honourable member for Wolseley.
Thank you. Could the minister please provide the total number of positions in the department, the number of vacancies, and the vacancy rate for the department, including which division or branch has the highest vacancy rate?
The Minister for Conservation and Climate.
Hi, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and appreciate the question from the member opposite. So our total FTEs are 475.25. Our vacancies are 77.25 FTEs, and that's a vacancy rate of 16.3%. The highest vacancy that we are seeing in terms of FTEs is in parks, and that is 21.25. And I'll just note there that approximately half of the vacancies there are back office administrative positions, and we've focused on filling our frontline workers in that area for this year.
The honourable member for Wolseley.
Detailed answer. I'm going to move on to asking about the plastic bag ban that was first discussed in 2019. Could the minister please provide an update on any progress made to ban plastic bags?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, and I do appreciate the question from the member opposite about our process of elimination of our plastic bags initiative. And as the member knows, this last year and a half has been quite the unpredictable year for many people, including our retail sector. And one of the interesting pieces of information that has arose over the last year and a half has been how we've had to balance the health and the environment at the same time. And certainly this pertains to our plastic bags elimination process. We've seen a number of retail sectors actually reduce the use of their plastic bags, and some have stopped handing those out at the point of sale. And that's been a great initiative. But what we've also seen is that there had been concern about understanding how the COVID virus itself was being spread. And at one point, there was some thoughts on some of the reusable bags potentially harboring the virus. And so there was a little bit of a hesitancy even within stakeholders to completely eliminate the plastic bags. And that's been raised again with some of our stakeholders, that they're wanting to take a cautious approach as we move forward over this next fourth wave as well. So we are definitely making progress in the elimination of the plastic bags, and we're doing so in a safe and cautious manner. And I know that the member opposite will celebrate alongside government when we achieve that goal.
The Honourable Member for Wolseley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Minister. I'm going to take us to talk about parks now. You had identified the vacancy rates there, so it's a good time for me to ask if there's been any discussions about the contracting out of management services of other provincial parks or their assets, similar to what happened at St. Ambrose.
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I do appreciate questions on our beautiful parks in Manitoba, and particularly when we're talking about partnerships with third parties to offer services within our parks. I know the member is aware, because I've shared it multiple times in the House previously, that there are over 183 third-party operators throughout our provincial parks that have signed agreements from historically all the governments that have represented our provincial parks. So that's not something new to Manitoba, and certainly wasn't initiated by the current government, but it is a continued good practice that helps to build the economy and helps to sustain our provincial parks and continue to service those who visit them. In particular to St. Ambroise, I do find it interesting that the members raising that particular park, considering it had become in disrepair and really not usable aside from day use at the beach in 2011 under her party government's watch. And there were absolutely no plans or funds available to restore it so it could be used as a campsite and people could stay longer and really enjoy the area. So I have no qualms about really highlighting what a great move that was, considering COVID-19 hitting and everyone wanting local parks areas to visit. This was up and running and made available to Manitobans, so they had a place to get away and clear their heads and enjoy the beautiful beaches of Manitoba. So in that, that was a wise decision that made sure that park was available and spaces available to Manitobans during a time of need a lot sooner than any plans that were under the previous government. As far as it goes to any future partnerships, we are always open to partnerships that will grow the economy and continue to serve Manitobans and to keep the services responsive to the needs of Manitobans and visitors to our park.
The Honourable Member for Wolseley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I can tell that the minister is a fan of the relationship with the St. Ambrose campground. So specifically, is the minister considering contracting out the management of any further campgrounds or beaches, such as what happened at St. Ambrose?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. At this point, we do not have any proposals before us for consideration, and just as previous governments, various political stripe have considered proposals as they come before them, we will continue to consider the proposals, and we will decide what's in the best interest of service for Manitobans. There's a high demand for campsites. We clearly have seen that over the last couple of years, and the supply has, not necessarily met those demands. So we are always open to exploring ways that we can have more Manitobans and more visitors come and visit our beautiful provincial parks.
Honourable Member for Wolseley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a question that doesn't fit neatly in parks, but the minister previously referenced the partnerships between different departments for the new trail development, which I say is a very exciting project for Manitoba. But I'm wondering if the minister can speak to whether there is a plan to charge Manitobans for use of the trails once they are finished.
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can I get the member opposite to maybe specify, are you referring to the non-motorized trail use or the motorized trail use?
The member for Wolseley.
I'm referring to the new trail development project that is across a number of departments. I'm not certain of everything that's involved in that, but I think some of the community environment groups have been really wondering specifically about the non-motorized trail use.
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate that clarification. There are no discussions at this point talking about fee for non-motorized trail use. We've been very adamant on making sure that our active trails for those who are walking or cycling will remain free and accessible for those who want to use them. However, I will put a little caution, or not caution, a caveat in there that, of course, accessing the trails that fall within our provincial parks, you would need either a day pass or an annual pass in order to be accessing those.
The Honourable Member for Wolseley.
Thank you. In respect to the sustainability of parks review, has the minister seen a draft of this report, and when can the public expect it to be released?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And so the report that the member opposite is referring to, it was actually organized and commissioned by Travel Manitoba. So it is within their hands at this point. I do anticipate probably seeing some of the results of that report within the next few weeks. But I will point out that even after seeing that report will absolutely help to inform our department of some of the areas of potential investments and policy changes. But our department will be undertaking its own review and seeking input and information from the general public as well as other stakeholders in order for us to put together our own park strategy.
The Honourable Member for Wolseley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can the minister just clarify about her department taking on its own review? Is she referring to the Engage MB survey on how to improve parks, the parks reservation system, or something else?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Everything that our department has done in terms of the Engage Manitoba, and the information we've gleaned from responses about the Parks Reservation System, including the information we will be receiving from Travel Manitoba about their outreach and the feedback they've got. All of that, in addition to our own outreach efforts, are going to help us to form the new park strategy that will be reflective of what Manitobans are telling us they'd like to see in their parks, and how they would like to keep those parks sustained in the years to come.
The Honourable Member for Wolseley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. How many respondents have there been on the Engage Manitoba survey to date regarding improving the Parks Reservation System? And also, is the Minister looking at outsourcing the reservation service system?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So we actually have had quite a large response to the Engage Manitoba survey on our PRS. I don't have the tally of the numbers up to date because it's still open, so we're still receiving feedback. There are still people providing their input. I do know that after our first day, the numbers that we saw was over 2,000 contributions. This is one area we know that Manitobans actually do feel very deeply about. They'd like to see a very successful long-term strategy. They certainly want to see improved services, and our government is committed to taking the steps in order to respond to their needs.
The Honourable Member for Wolseley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for those answers to parks. I'm going to move on. I'm wondering if the Minister can tell me if someone has been awarded the RFP for the detailed and comprehensive review of the Environment Act, the Dangerous Goods Handling and Transportation Act, and the Water Power Act. And if yes, who has been awarded this contract?
The Minister for Conservation and Climate.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for the question from the member opposite, and I'm positive that the member opposite knows that the RFP process is quite technical in nature. So once bids have come in, they are reviewed, and carefully examine for which ones might address the needs of what the RFP had been put out for. And once a decision is made, then any proponents will be, if they're awarded the contract, that will be made public. So no, at this point, there has been no awarding of that RFP.
The honourable member for Wolseley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'm aware that the RFP closed about 6 weeks ago. So has the department created a short list of proponents, just so we get a sense of where things are at in this process?
The honourable minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And as I had stated earlier, there is a process to follow whenever there are RFPs issued by the government, and the proposals that are now before us are still under review. And I will remind the member as well that there are times where processes, can have multiple submissions, but the submissions don't quite meet what the RFP has requested as well. And I know that under previous governments that has happened, and that's part of the importance of these RFP processes, is that we can vet various companies and see what's out there, what the capabilities are, and make sure that we are choosing based on the best interests of Manitobans moving forward. So at the time that a contract is awarded or any movement on this particular topic happens, it will be made public.
Member for Wolseley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So it's clear that this is a big undertaking, and it seems to be unprecedented for this type of review to be done externally rather than as an internal review. So can the minister share with us why the decision was made to hire an external consultant to conduct this review rather than doing it as an internal review?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, and I appreciate the question from the member. And as she has pointed out, this is actually quite a large undertaking. The Act itself has not been reviewed in decades, and certainly there's been some needs for a review and some updates to the Act. So we want to make sure this is done right. And similar to how the members' party, when they were in government, contracted out for the Peachtree report. When it's a large department or a big undertaking, you do seek external advice and you seek that expertise that can come from other jurisdictions as well, so that we are making decisions that are right for the environment as well as right for Manitobans.
The Honourable Member for Wolseley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the minister has already identified that there's various private companies that are vying for this RFP and that perhaps some haven't met the appropriate criteria. But what is the mechanism in place within the department to ensure that there's no conflicts with a private company conducting the review, and that any changes to the Act don't actually favor the proponent who's undertaking the review or the company they represent?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I do want to clarify as well that I didn't indicate that any of the proponents were not meeting the criteria. I was just highlighting that sometimes during processes that has happened historically, there have been some proponents that haven't quite met criteria. I have no knowledge of any of the proponents thus far. That is being assessed at a separate committee, a cross-government committee, and I have yet to have any reports on that. So I just wanted to clarify that. And in terms of how do you prevent conflicts with potential private industry who may be bidding on various RFPs, our government has a very robust process, again, with the cross-government committees reviewing every bid that comes in for these RFPs. We are staffing these committees with senior civil servants who have always acted with the utmost professionalism and certainly have done a great job thus far. I'm not quite sure, what kind of governments the member opposite has worked within to be raising some of these questions of concerns about conflict, but I have no questions about the process. Other people who are involved, I know that they have done a wonderful job and will continue to make sure that these processes are followed and that there is no room for conflicts within these decisions. The other thing I wanted to clarify, it seems a little bit from this conversation or this question that the member has put forward, that she's under the impression that this RFP and then the process and then the reporting afterwards when the work is done, we are not finding somebody to come in and review the Environment Act and then make changes to it. We are looking for input as to what areas could be changed, what areas are important for us to review and maybe update and be reflective on some of our ongoing needs within our protection areas of the environment. And once the information is submitted to the department, then we look at the recommendations within the reports, and then we formulate some of the changes and updates to the Act based on that input. But whoever does win this RFP, regardless of who they're affiliated with, are not actually deciding what happens with the Environment Act. They are merely providing expert advice and recommendations, and ultimately as a government who decides what goes into the Act and what does not.
The Honourable Member for Wolseley.
Thank you, Minister. Thank you, Chair. I guess given that the review and recommendations of the RFP talk about modernizing the legislation, talk about the implications of legislation and policy, and the operations framework in light of the new, modernizing the operations framework, it does seem that this external company will have a lot of impact on what happens with the Environment Act. But I guess I will ask, in addition to whatever private company is awarded this contract, have any public and stakeholder consultations taken place in regards to the review?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, and I appreciate the question from the member opposite. The part of the RFP actually specifies the public engagement process will be a component of any proposals coming forward. So to date on this particular issue, no, there have not been any formal public consultation or public engagement. Certainly there have been many discussions on with stakeholders who have visited me, who have raised some suggestions of what they would like to see in the Environment Act, but that's not part of the the formal consultation or public feedback process. That will be undertaken once an award is given to a company, and that will be part of their undertaking as they move forward.
The honourable member for Wolseley.
Thank you, Chair. And for the Minister now, I would like to ask some questions about the Clean Environment Commission. Recently, Jonathan Scarth was appointed as the chairperson of the Clean Environment Commission. Could the Minister explain how that appointment process worked and if any other people were actually considered for that position?
The honourable minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I'm happy to share some highlights on the newly appointed CEC board chair. Jonathan Scarth actually has a master's degree in natural resource management in addition to his law degree, and I know that he is well respected within the community as well as amongst the stakeholders that you know, we deal with within our department. And I will inform the House as well that he came extremely highly recommended from outgoing Chair Serge Grayfield. And I have the utmost respect for Serge. He and I have had multiple opportunities for discussions. He's been a very clear voice on giving feedback about many of our initiatives, and he's a trusted voice in the community as well. So I had no qualms and no hesitation when the recommendation came from Serge. He's always held himself to a very high standard and professionalism. And I think it's important as we move forward with important initiatives and large projects in the near future that we have somebody who is capable and competent and comes highly recommended by those who are respected in the community.
The honourable member for Wolseley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Part of that question wasn't answered, though. Were any other people considered for the position, or was this just a handoff from the previous chair to the next chair that he personally appointed, it sounds like?
The honourable minister.
I assure the member that Jonathan Scarth was the most appropriate choice for the chair, and he was the most qualified to sit in that position.
The honourable member for Wolseley.
So specifically, how many other people were considered for the position?
The honourable minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And the member opposite knows that that information would be confidential. Anytime that you are appointing members or choosing for committees or even hiring into positions, you don't reveal the number of people who have applied.
The honourable member for Wolseley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Since your government took office, Minister, in 2016, the government has never once called on the Clean Environment Commission to undertake an independent environmental review of any major proposed development project. Why is that?
Minister Guimard.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And the short answer to the member's question is because we have such amazing civil servants within our departments who are able to perform a lot of the necessary criteria for assessing these projects. But the longer answer is that in order to trigger a CEC hearing, there are certain criteria that needs to be met in order for directors within the department to recommend a CEC hearing to the minister. And I'll give you a couple of those criteria because I'm learning myself here what that would require. One of them is if our department didn't have adequate resources to do a public consultation or engagement process. And our processes actually are very robust, and they do have a number of opportunities for public engagement and for consultation with the public. So that would need to be met, and because we can provide that in-house, then that never triggered the director to require or to recommend a CEC hearing. Secondly, if the government doesn't have the technical expertise in order to perform the assessment of various progress or projects in-house, that would also be one of the criteria that would trigger the department to recommend that we have a CEC hearing to start. So thus far, we've had the technical expertise within various departments to assess the project. In addition to that, we've had a robust process for public engagement and consultation.
The member from Moseley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Okay, thank you for explaining that criteria to me as well, Minister. It sounds like, it sounds to me from that little bit of information that a decision about the technical expertise being in the department is why there haven't been any requests made to the CEC to undertake independent environmental reviews. But then that's, leading me to wonder if there's been discussions regarding changes to the roles or powers of the Clean Environment Commission, kind of similar to how Bill 35 sought to reduce the roles and power of the pub. Is more of this landing in your department, and with an eye to reducing the power that the CEC has?
Minister of Conservation and Climate.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and appreciate the question from the member opposite. There are no discussions or thoughts put into change any of the CEC's role moving forward at all. And I didn't want to give the impression that just because there haven't been CEC hearings triggered or recommended that they haven't been doing some very important work. We have asked them on multiple occasions to review various aspects within the department and give us feedback on how they feel we are doing and some of the direction that we've been going. So they've been given special projects to give feedback, and I've depended on that feedback and the expertise that come from the CEC to inform me on decisions that have to be made. So they've been kept busy, maybe not in the ways that the member opposite thinks of the CEC, but certainly they've been an integral part of our forming of decisions and moving forward in some of our initiatives.
Member from Moseley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to talk a little bit now, or to ask some questions now about some of the wildfire work and planning this summer. I know both the minister and I earlier today thanked firefighters, and we're definitely aligned in our appreciation for their work. I wanted to ask about both in Pecatowagan and in Cranberry Portage. We know that there were pretty large fires in that area. And it appears that there were no initial attack forest fires in either area in 2021. And in fact, no firefighters in Pecatowagan since 2018. So could the minister explain why there are no firefighters employed in these locations?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the question from the member. And yes, I was happy to acknowledge and give praise to the crews who kept the building safe and people safe during this really challenging wildfire season. So we do know how important these firefighters are to the province, and certainly this year that was highlighted. As it pertains to Puckatawagan and Cranberry Portage, I know that there have been difficulties in years past just recruiting people to work in certain areas of the province, so not just specifically those communities, but multiple communities. And so the department has undertaken to make sure that there are fire bases located strategically, that they can be mobile and access various corners of the province. And not every community actually has initial attack crews in them. So it's not specific to these two areas in terms of not having initial attack crews, but the support and the protection is equal in all of those areas because we are mobile and we have very dedicated crews who can get to the locations that are under threat for fires.
The honourable member for Wolseley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So it sounds like the minister doesn't feel that those vacancies compromise the initial response to wildfires this year, but I'd like her to just explain that a little bit more, where the evidence is that is true, and also what efforts are being done to recruit for these locations.
Were you, sorry, Minister, were you wanting to speak?
Yeah, I
go ahead,
raised my
Minister.
hand.
Yeah, the
I
floor
just
is
couldn't
yours.
hear anything.
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, and I would like to clarify for the member opposite that you know our crews, fire crews throughout the province go to where the highest needs are and where the fires are burning. So even if there were crews that were within some of these communities that she's speaking of, if there were no fire threats in that immediate area, they would be redeployed to areas of the province that needed the extra support. So there are multiple times, even with communities who do have initial fire attack crews within them, that will have no crews at the base. They would be going off to bunkhouses and areas of highest needs. And that's how we stayed ahead of fires this year. is that our coordination and mobility of our fire crews, in addition to hiring 5 new crews for this season, which gave us 25 extra bodies for the initial attack. That's what kept our communities, our people safe, and our properties protected. So in no way am I insinuating that certain communities are more important than others. The whole province is important, and the priority is set based on the threat of wildfires, not necessarily based on location.
The honourable member for Wolseley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, there were actually big fires in both Puckatawakan and Cranberry Portage, and it did seem to be some delays in the initial attack on those forest fires. But moving along to also talk about some of the other communities where we're seeing vacancies, Island Lake, Norway House, Swan River have seen decreases in the number of people employed there. So has the minister actually eliminated the number of FTEs there? And if not, if it just these are vacancies, what efforts are being made to address this?
The honourable minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So the member opposite had asked about the numbers of fire crews and whether certain locations, if they didn't have some fire crews in them, indicated lower numbers, and that's not true. There have been no reductions in the number of fire crews. In fact, we've increased the number by 25 this year. So the locations may have changed in terms of where they are situated or camping, but the numbers have actually increased, not decreased.
The honourable member for Wolseley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Now I'd like to ask the minister some questions about forestry. According to the ministerial mandate letters and internal briefing notes, the minister has been working with the Minister of Conservation and Climate for a single approval process under the Forest Act. So could the minister provide an update on where work is at on creating this approval process and when it's expected to be complete?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I'm happy to speak about this this process to streamline the Forest Act. We're actually quite proud in the department of the hard work that was done in order to reach a level of understanding where we have very strong environmental standards in place and will be met equal to or better than previously. But it will streamline the process with less administration and red tape for proponents. And I think that that's only going to bode well for environment as well as our economic growth. The stage we're at right now is the agreements have been drafted and translated. So we're in the final stages before signing. I imagine that will happen in the near future, but there's still a few steps to go through before that's finalized. And just as a neat note here, this process was also informed by the CEC. So they were very helpful in pointing out ways that we could streamline the process and ensure that we had environmental protections that were, I know it's well known across Canada that we have some pretty strict environmental standards, and we have stayed true to that to make sure their environment is prioritized as we move forward.
The Honourable Member for Wolseley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Minister, what consultations have taken place and with whom when designing the process for this review?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And yes, the member had asked how many or who we consulted with, engaged with during this process. And there was a survey that was placed on Engage MB that was open to all Manitobans. And our department sent letters to Indigenous communities in order to inform them of the survey and encourage opportunities to give feedback about this process. The CEC also offered a webinar based on their report for anyone who had any technical questions or wanted some clarification around what they were going to be recommending to the minister. And of course, this was all done during COVID, so you know, safety was priority, and means of reaching out to various communities and various stakeholders was mainly virtual.
The Honourable Member for Wolseley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can the minister provide a copy of the CEC's report on provincial forestry?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I also actually had skipped over the fact that we did have the industry consultations done as well during this process. But the report that the CEC had submitted is actually public. It would be on our website, so the member is free to go and peruse that at her pleasure.
The Honourable Member for Wolseley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Minister, the annual report mentions changes to the land use categories in Turtle Mountain and Duck Mountain provincial parks, ensuring the protection and sustainability of over 6,000 hectares of natural habitat and species in these areas. What specifically, or could you specify what changes were made?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I appreciate the member raising, an area that we're quite proud of being able to protect more area within Manitoba, and of course these fall within the criteria for protected areas reporting federally as well. And every time that our province can move in the direction to protect some of our natural resources and really restore some of our natural land, we're happy to do so. And it was actually quite exciting to be a part of that process and be able to announce that. We certainly have quite a ways to go to add additional lands, but we are quite proud of the fact that we were able to add these 2 areas into our protected areas.
The Honourable Member for Wolseley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So part of, one of the things that obviously the Minister knows is taking place in Duck Mountain Park is the clear cutting with Louisiana Pacific. And they had their license extended in 2019 by this government for 2 years, and that expires in December. Will the department extend their license after December?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I'll let the member opposite know that currently a proposal is under review, under an environmental review. So I don't want to predetermine the outcomes of what that review will determine. But I assure the member that once a decision has been made, it will be made public.
The Honourable Member for Wolseley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Minister, what percentage of Louisiana Pacific's clear cutting actually takes place in the park versus outside of the parklands?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to mention that you're very, very low volume in my headset. I don't know if that's me or you. Yeah, so the member's question was specific to where logging is occurring in terms of in parkland versus out of parkland, and that question is actually better suited for agriculture and resource development, as that is where the information would be. So I'd encourage the member or have the member speak to her colleagues to ask that question when ARD is up. And having said that, I just want to clarify that our department's responsibility really is to assess proposals and consider for permits or licensing. So we aren't actually the overseers of the industry. We just do the environmental review and determine who gets licenses and who does not qualify.
The honourable member for Wolseley.
So I'm not sure if my next question, with that clarification, if it fits, but I wanted to know the extent of consultation that's taken place with First Nations and other residents in the area regarding the potential renewal of the license and the renewal of the license in 2019. So is that something the minister can speak to?
The Minister for Conservation and Climate.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Right, so that information again would be within the ARD department as they are leading the Section 35 consultation process.
The honourable member for Wolseley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We were speaking a couple of minutes ago about protected areas and the expansion of protected areas, and I hear the minister has a commitment to seeing more protected areas in the province. And so I know that the government's collaborating with the Skowhegan First Nation to expand the protection of the Chaitek Lake and Anishinaabe Provincial Park. Can the minister tell me how much new land and waterways will be designated protected areas?
The honourable minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, and the member's absolutely right that we are continuing ongoing discussions with actually multiple groups who are interested in protected areas. And they've been very positive discussions and actually very creative in terms of what we want to achieve together. Both in northern regions and actually throughout the province. So I will continue to engage in those discussions and I do look forward to having some positive announcements in the future.
The honourable member for Wolseley.
I do look forward to getting an answer on how much new land and waterways will be designated through the collaboration that I mentioned. I'm also wondering, the new area in the Fisher Bay Provincial Park region, how much of that will be protected? And what is the nature of the government's collaboration with the Fisher River Cree Nation on that project?
The honourable minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the comments and the question from the member opposite, and I was actually happy to have a presentation by the Seal River Watershed Association or group. Very informative and very well put together, and I look forward to those continued conversations because I think that there's some real potential, especially in the northern areas, for ecotourism opportunities, and that was one of the things that was highlighted during that conversation. And I know in many ways that we align with our outlooks of you know, the land has really been a gift to all of us and provided for us, and will continue to do so. And the view is that you can continue to have economic opportunities on the land, but the outlook is to not to do more harm to the land. So in that, we do align, and I do look forward to further discussions about how that process can unfold, as well as other discussions we're having with communities who are looking to have protected lands, but not sort of untouched lands. Opportunities for economic growth, but with a sustainability in mind and environmental protections in mind. So those are exciting new discussions we are having, and I look forward to some positive news in the near future where we can maybe go into some more details.
The honourable member for Wolseley.
Thank you. I'm sure the minister is aware that protective and conserved areas have a critically important role in securing biodiversity, restoring natural ecosystems, and protecting against climate change. And also the term protected lands has specific meaning. So I was just a little unsure what I was hearing about untouched versus protected. We know that certain activities can take place on protected lands, but to have that designation, there can't be significant development or mining and a number of other activities that are restricted. So in January of this year, the federal government announced that it will move to protect 25% of Canada by 2025 and 30% by 2030. The provincial government has no targets for protected areas and have actually only protected 0.2% of land in the past 5 years. So what's being done to move the needle on this in Manitoba? We're sitting at something like 11.1% of protected land. Is the government going to set a target for protected areas in line with the federal government and with the International Union for Conservation of Nature?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I appreciate the question from the member opposite. And you know, it gets tricky when you're setting these targets because it's just a number. It's not reflective of actual land. And really, our focus has been on reaching out and having dialogue with Indigenous leaders in terms of what their vision and needs are for the land. And what's interesting is I attended a conference, our CCME conference, and there was a special meeting with Indigenous leaders where they were able to share feedback on some of the topics that are important to them and where they wanted to be heard. And one area was that they felt that the federal definition of protected areas was quite restrictive, even in terms of their land use and what they had envisioned for hunting, trapping, and other economic development opportunities for their communities. And that was a very enlightening conversation to be a part of, where that also aligns with some of our concerns within the Manitoba context. And in further discussions, you know, I think that it was commendable that the federal government did allow for OECMs, which are other effective area-based conservation measures, to fall within the criteria to be counted as protected areas. That did allow for much more room for Indigenous communities and for our government to look at opportunities for protected areas. And I think that there can be some further dialogue along those lines. But having said that, we are undergoing a process right now. In fact, there is an RFP posted right now where we're looking for a consultant to help develop a large area planning. And I know that there are many voices within the Indigenous community that had asked for this process to be undertaken so that we can understand, you know, the land that we are living on and how it can and should be used and sustained and protected. So that's going to help to inform where areas we can identify that could be protected areas in discussions with Indigenous leaders and communities about how that would benefit them as well.
The Honourable Member for Wolseley.
Thank you, Minister. I just wanted to clarify that I don't think that the federal government has a barrier to hunting or trapping on protected lands, from my understanding, but I'm glad that that work is being undertaken, and I do think it's important to set targets. That's how we move towards goals. But I'm going to move on to the Low Carbon Economy Fund. As of August 24th, 2020, $38.7 million had been allocated to projects, and Manitoba has identified projects for the remaining $28 million, with the application deadline approval was June 30th. So could the minister please provide a list of projects, including the description, the project status, and the value of each project that were applied for under the Low Carbon Economy Fund?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. Yeah, so the member's correct in terms of the amount that have already been announced, and that was for the trucking, efficient trucking program, as well as Efficiency Manitoba programs. We fully expect to expend the entire allocation. I will inform the member that there was a 2-year extension on this program that was extended to provinces. So the monies will be fully expended by the end of this program. I am not able to list the details of any of the future projects because the discussions and agreements are underway with the federal government, and at the time that the announcements are made, that will be made public.
The Honourable Member for Wolseley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd also like to ask about the Conservation and Climate Fund. In the annual report in regards to the Conservation and Climate Fund, it talks about the results-oriented nature of successful applicants. So I'm wondering how those results are measured. What are the metrics of the department for this fund?
The Minister for Conservation and Climate.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. And yeah, I'm always happy to talk about our climate and our Conservation and Climate Fund. I think it was a wonderful initiative that I know is going to get great results. So part of that follow-up sort of assessment for results will be obviously collecting data on emissions reductions for certain projects that were submitted and approved. Also as well, we'll be assessing the climate adaptation benefits to the various areas and where the projects have been implemented, as well as measuring, the clean water effects. So there are multiple avenues that will be taken to collect data on the achieving of the results to ensure that these were strategic and smart investments. We also are requiring these companies that did receive the funds to submit interim reports. So we will be kept informed along the way how well the individual projects are performing in their respective areas. And that will help to inform us in future of, again, areas that we can increase funding or investments. And I'm sure that the member is poised to ask if this information that we're going to get is going to be made public. And I just want to kind of jump ahead with that and say that a lot of this data and information is coming from private businesses who have received these funds. So the information will be likely proprietary in nature. And so we will have to keep a lot of that confidential, but there will be third-party assessors of overall climate actions and green plans that will be able to assess different sectors and how well they are doing in reducing these emissions.
The honourable member for Wolseley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I am confused here, Minister. I have asked several times, probably multiple times in the legislature about funding that was cut to various organizations, and I guess I'm not really confused. What I've heard over and over is that there is this new Conservation and Climate Fund and these organizations can apply. But what became really clear to me in speaking with each of these organizations whose funding was cut is they simply don't qualify. And some of the things that you're measuring, like emission reduction and specific climate benefits, those things aren't necessarily measurable by some of the organizations who not only don't qualify for the Conservation and Climate Fund, but have also had their funding cut. And I'm speaking not about private business, as you're speaking about, but about not-for-profits whose main purpose is to educate the public, build capacity in communities so that, so that individuals understand more about what they can do, whether it's active transportation or composting or other specific things to help the climate. So when their funding decreases and they don't qualify for the new funds, and these are actually the not-for-profits on the front line educating Manitobans, what's the answer for that? What can your department do to actually support this important work of education and motivation of the public to do their part?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I will clarify as well for the member that I didn't specify it was only private businesses applying for these grants. We have multiple NGOs who were granted under last year's grant program, including a community organic composting project that had an educational outreach component to it. We had a bike share project that was approved as well, Ducks Unlimited, many community outreach components part of these proposals that came through, and these are all NGOs as well. So there are many NGOs who met the criteria within the grant program, and we do encourage other programs to look at the criteria and see if they can adapt their program so that they can fall within what the approved criteria is, because ultimately for climate change we do need a reduction in emissions, but we also need projects that are frontline and educational in nature, and so we have a good balance of approved projects that do meet those needs, and I would encourage any other entity, and whether they're NGOs or private business who are looking at ways to improve emissions reductions, that we are open to your suggestions and really encourage more to come forward and try their hand at reaching some of these goals with us.
The Honourable Member for Wolseley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In 2021, in a news release, the minister mentioned that in 2020-21, they coordinated efforts across government to implement measures to achieve the carbon savings account emission reduction target for 2018 to 2022. Is the government on track to achieve the commitment of 1 megaton reduction in GHGs over this period?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the question from the member opposite. And, I will assure the member that we are continuing to make progress towards the goal of the 1 megaton emissions reduction. Every project that comes forward to us is considered based on achieving that goal, and we've had many creative ideas come forward, and many of them have been successful. We are still collecting a lot of data, and as the member knows, that a lot of times the data can be a little bit delayed. So as that data does come in, it will be included in our reports that will be submitted by end of year. So I encourage the member to keep her eye open for that and be able to look at some of that progress that we've made.
The Honourable Member for Wolseley.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm not sure that was really a clear question. We're 3 years into that 4-year reporting time, and although I don't agree that the goal for reduction in GHGs is enough, I'd like to know if the government's anywhere on target towards meeting that goal. What methods are being used to move Manitoba towards meeting this goal by 2022?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. So, yeah, in terms of the data collected, just as an explanation for how this works, I know that the member is very familiar with some of the data collection and when it's reported. We tend to not get data or information until roughly about 18 months after initiatives are implemented, and that's just a factor of we don't have real-time measurements happening anywhere across Canada. So even for our end of 2022, so December 31st, 2022 target date of our first 5-year CSA, we won't have the data available to measure how well the policies and initiatives have done until roughly about a year and a half following that date. So as we collect the data and as we measure how well these policies and projects are going, it's about an 18-month delay after the fact. So although the member does point out that, you know, we're 3 years into this 5-year plan, the data that we're collecting is really from 18 months ago. So as we move along, we are seeing some positive trends. We anticipate that those positive trends will continue, and again, we'll be getting closer and closer to that target that we set, and hopefully celebrating alongside the member opposite when we reach it.
The Honourable Member for Wolseley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Minister, I would hope that with the reports from 18 months ago and with the expertise of the folks who are helping you work towards these targets, that you'd be able to predict in some way whether you're actually going to get there in 2022. So I'm hoping that you will be able to speak to that again. But I guess the more important question I have is, when will this government set emission reduction targets that are actually in line with federal and international targets? We're quibbling here about when you're going to have the results on targets that aren't even really meaningful or measurable in the same ways that other jurisdictions are doing this around the world. So can you speak to that, please?
The Honourable Minister. The floor is yours, Minister. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. So our focus on having the 5-year rolling cumulative savings account is actually based on recommendations from the UN International Panel on Climate Change, where they have recognized that method allows you to measure on the cumulative basis for emissions reduction. So if you reduce your reduction or you reduce your emissions in 1 year on a certain initiative or policy, that's an additional savings from the year next, because you won't be making those emissions in future years. So it has this cumulative effect to build on, the smaller successes early on grow into larger successes later down the road. And in terms of us aligning ourselves with the federal, initiatives, in fact, the federal government has taken a good look at these, 5-year assessments for the carbon savings accounts, and they're starting to implement and move along that direction as well. So they've recognized the wisdom in the accountability aspect of carbon savings accounts and setting 5-year targets, because then you can actually be held accountable as a government. Setting targets well into the future, it's easy to set targets if you're not going to necessarily be the one making decisions to reach those targets, whereas you do the shorter term targets and that you've got to act quickly and you've got to act wisely. And we're achieving a lot of those results that I think are important to address climate change and to keep our environment clean. So in those respects, as great as the member opposite really thinks that the federal government is doing, I think that the member can take some time looking at our own plan and celebrating here in Manitoba some of the achievements that we have made ourselves.
The honourable member for Wolseley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I know we'll be continuing this conversation more tomorrow, but maybe just before we end, I'd love to ask the minister if she has any plans for setting a specific greenhouse gas emission target for 2030, and if there's any discussion in her department or her government about the achievement of net zero emissions in Manitoba and when that could be achieved by.
The honourable minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. And again, I'm going to reiterate that we're quite confident in our approach of setting our 5-year CSA targets, and our next one will be set for the period of 2023 to 2028. And I know that the member will be happy to join us in celebrating when we do reach our first target, and I'm sure that she'll be ready to ask more questions based on our second target that we'll be setting.
The hour being 6 o'clock, committee rise, call on the speaker. The hour being 6 o'clock, this House is adjourned and stands adjourned until 1:30 p.m. tomorrow.